All right, guys, welcome back to Press X Podcast. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I fixed the typo. No worries. Yeah, for some reason I typed 2049. It's 2039. Oh, yeah, it's your first time seeing the shirt today, Michael. Looking swole. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Very kind. I hope everybody is doing well on this Friday. The day after we didn't get the state of play. We didn't get the state of play, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it just my theory is Sony's trying to go after the leakers now. They're putting fake leaks out there, bro. That's what it is. Hellbound, what's up, man? Does Batman wear a cross? I don't think so. No. You think the state of play is going to be in May? Well, guess what we got instead? Don't let Rich Rod catch you saying that, Ryther. Guess what we have instead, though? We have something so much better than a state of play. Instead of getting a state of play, we got a new report on fair games, and boy, oh boy, I don't often put the word depressing in my titles. I don't really ever do that. But today, I had to do that. We're going to talk about why. Yeah, I saw that, Carl, and I'm like, that's strange. That's very strange. So, what Carl's talking about is apparently the Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake announcement got delayed to next week. I'm not saying nothing, though. I'm not saying anything. I'm not going to be the one out here being like, oh, it's because the state of play is real and it got delayed by a week. I'm not going down that road. Hey, if it is, cool. If not, whatever. We'll get a state of play eventually. But the timing of that is kind of interesting, though. I feel like Assassin's Creed, I love how Boss is back already. Like, State of Assassin's Creed, that's what it's going to be. Did I see the Call of Duty movie announcement? I did see that. Yeah. Do we know who's starring in that movie? Is it going to be based on Modern Warfare or like Black Ops or what? Yeah, I kind of forgot there was a Call of Duty movie that I think they confirmed a while ago they were doing a Call of Duty movie, but now it's like coming out like 2028 or something. Yeah, we're going to go over this. I'm just going to give it a couple minutes here. I'm streaming a little bit later than normal. We were doing a morning with the missus earlier, so content is a little bit sporadic today. So I'm going to give it a couple minutes before we dive into this Fair Games report. But I wanted to be sure to try to do a regular stream for you guys as well. A Press X podcast episode. You might get Saros day one. Yeah, I would recommend it. I mean, I want to see Saros do well. Saros, it looks really good, obviously, but I just feel like Returnal is still a standout title of the generation. And everything about Saros looks like it's a step up, So I think they deserve how smart that is. I think they deserve a lot of success. And I want to see them be successful. All right. You just need Wolverine pre-orders. Yeah, they're taking their time with that, aren't they? They're really taking their time with that. Boss, are you serious right now, dude? What? Boss, I gave you a massive amount of treats earlier. Like, dude, what are you doing? No, don't flash the audience. Oh, God. Okay. You've heard talks about a delay. No, there's no way. Wolverine's not getting delayed, dude. No chance. I don't think so. I do not think so. Daniel with the $2 super chat says Fair Games being free to play. Curious on its budget. Yeah, I have a lot to say about this Fair Games report. I have a lot to say. Wasn't expecting to get a Fair Games report, but here we are. They don't want to take away any money from Soros. People need to stop worrying about Soros. It'll blow up after release. The word of mouth is how good it is. Yeah, that'd be great. I would love to see that, man. Yeah, I just want to see it be successful in any way, shape, or form. Boss, can you? Okay. I guess I could just. I don't know what to do. Should I give him more treats so we can talk? I wonder when Marathon will be free to play. Sooner rather than later. I'll tell you that. Do you think they should push or pull early the Phantom Blade Zero release date? It's 1 week before Wolverine. They should push it. I think Phantom Blade Zero should be. Oh, you know what? Then there's GTA 6. Oh boy, I don't know. Dude. Boss is like, this podcast is about me. Yeah, but you wouldn't know that I gave him treats. Boss, there's treats there's treats over there, dude. What do you do? Don't hide behind my mic. You know. Come on. Look, see? Oh, look at that. Treats. Go get them. Yeah, go get them. Go ahead. Live service games are trash. Hold on. All right, we're going to go over this report. Let me bring it up. I need to get Boss out of my way, though, because he's like trying to bite me now. Hold on. Come on. Guess he didn't know there were already treats up there. Cats. I'll tell you, man. All right, so we have an exclusive report from Insider Gaming. Boy, oh boy. Insider Gaming doing some PlayStation reporting. Says here, documents sent to Insider Gaming indicate that Haven Studios' upcoming multiplayer game, Fair Games, will lean into the extraction shooter genre with a dedicated game mode. Guys, don't worry. Don't worry. You didn't like Marathon? We got another extraction shooter coming up. The game, which was revealed in 2023, has sparked several rumors and reports about its development troubles, notably issues with the studio's ability to find the, quote, fun factor. Despite those issues, though, PlayStation has continued to invest in the game, with its next playtest scheduled for this weekend. Officially, the game was described as a, quote, competitive heist experience, which didn't reveal too much about what the game would be. But in short, at least for one of the game's flagship game modes called Cargo Heist, it is basically an extraction shooter with an objective. You can think along the lines of Marathon when you have a contract, for those who played. And so the description here for this game mode is break in, find a vault code to gain access to the safe, collect cash, upgrade your skill set, and make your play. Drill. The vault is breached. Be the team to grab the cargo or set up your strategy to intercept it, and then extract. The cargo must be brought to the extraction site. Use the extraction device to call your ride home. If your team fails to extract cargo, use another exit to get away. Fair Games has had a number of issues throughout its development, including the studio's founder, Jade Raymond, leaving in 2025. Reports and rumors of the game throughout its development have said that playtesters found the game, quote, not fun, end quote, which Insider Gaming understands has been a persistent problem throughout the game's development. Frankly, it does not bode well for the game when you consider that Bungie's last game, Marathon, has struggled to retain players despite getting high Metacritic reviews. One thing going for Fairgames is that it's apparently a free-to-play title, relying on in-game monetization to fund future development and cover its costs. However, initial popular games like Ubisoft's X-Defiant have proven that high player counts on a free-to-play model mean little if players are not spending money. Bro, what the fuck is Herman Hulst doing? Like, what is going on, man? How am I sitting here reading this report about Fairgames like a month after Bluepoint Games gets shut down? Bluepoint Games can't salvage them, too incompetent, kill them. They're done. So stupid. That in isolation is stupid. Can you do it in an angry Herman's voice? It feels weird because it's like he's yelling at himself. You stupid idiot. How could you do this, Herman? Like, I just can't figure out live service games. I've tried. I've tried so hard. They just don't understand. They don't understand live service games like I do. They don't see the potential. Can't they just be happy enough that I brought back Hideo Kojima, Kojima Productions for Fizzant? I mean, dude, it's so... It's like almost hard to be angry at this point because it's just sigh. Exhausted sigh, dude. But I still am angry because, and I'm shocked nobody's talking about this, man. I'm not seeing anybody talk about this. I'm like, this is crazy. This is depressing and crazy where it's like, again, despite development issues, PlayStation continues to invest into Fairgames. Like, are you, again, I asked this question when they shut down Bluepoint Games, and I'm going to ask it once more. What crack rock are you smoking over there at PlayStation? Herman, how? How can this be? How can this be allowed? So here's what's insane. So it's depressing enough that Sony is continuing to invest in the studio. And I'm not saying I'm an advocate. I'm not like, oh, I want to see a studio get shut down. I want to see studios die. I'm not saying that. It's just, yeah, it's like, how could you slap? It's more along the lines of like, okay, so if you're going to shut down Bluepoint, then like Fairgames definitely doesn't have a chance. Surely this studio that has produced literally nothing, and has only lost you money since the time you partnered with them and then bought them. Surely they're not the one that's getting further investment, right? Surely that's not the case. Meanwhile, that's exactly the case. But here's what gets me. Here's the part that makes me literally fall out of my chair. Okay, not literally, but metaphorically fall out of my chair. The game has been described as not fun. This has been a persistent problem. Oh my God. Like this report, it almost feels not real. It feels fake. It's like, this can't be real. Because this is so bad that it makes my voice crack. Yeah, it makes me, I can't even believe it. It's like, what the fuck do you mean the game is not fun? And that's the feedback they keep getting, is this isn't fun. And so you're like, doubly reinvest. Get it, do it until you get it right. What are we doing? What are we doing here, bro? Michael, you're saying maybe it's better to go this way instead of ending projects early, see them through, and view the results. I don't know, dude. Like, uh, again, I would feel differently about this report. I would feel differently about this if Sony was like, we're okay losing money on studios. Like, it's okay. Blue Point's still around. Blue Point's still around. Like, we're okay. Here's what doesn't make sense to me. Here's what doesn't make let Herman cook. Yeah, let him cook. All right. Yeah, keep letting this guy cook. Here's what I don't get. And this is what really bothers me is everything we've been covering about PlayStation Studios for pretty much this entire generation, but certainly the last couple of years, is they're going to be a lean, mean, efficient, profit-driven studio business group. That's what it is. That's literally what Herman's position is, to run the studio business. And it's like, we can't just have studios dicking around. We can't have studios just losing money. We can't allow that to continue to happen. And so it's like, yeah, there's going to have to be layoffs. There's going to have to be studio closures, and we're going to have to trim the fat. And it's really hard to accept that because it's like, oh, that sucks. But like, there's a part of you that can kind of understand it a little bit where you're like, okay, I guess it's just business at the end of the day. But then we see stuff like this, and it's like this is antithetical to that. This is you blowing money. You're blowing money. It's like people that I see defending Marathon. I understand to an extent where it's like, yeah, Marathon is a competently developed video game where there is some fun factor there. But I think what a lot of people who are defending the game, what they don't realize is that so much of the criticism and why people are basically like looking at this game like watch it crash and burn is because a lot of people understand or are coming from the angle of like, did you see how much money Sony blew on this game and the studio? But this is the same company that wants to come out here and talk about economic fucking headwinds, bro. Yeah, we got to shut down the Austin-based Blue Point because do you see what things are like? We got to raise the price of the PS5 and PS5 Pro because it's so, look at how much economic turmoil there is. You know, I'd love to know how much fucking money have you dumped into the investment of what is, and here's the biggest part about fair games, and I feel totally confident in saying this. How much money did you invest in Concord 2 here? In another failure. Now, maybe it won't crash and burn in the exact way Concord did. I don't think anything can match that. But let's be real. Like, this game is done. It's over. What are we doing? Why are you continuing to waste time? This is why it's so hard, man, to try to be positive, about PlayStation, where it's like, I understand that, again, we're getting Soros, we're getting Wolverine. It's not all bad. I'm not trying to be that person that's like, oh, they're doing a couple things wrong, so the whole thing needs to be lit on fire and just, demolished. No, but this is something where it's like a studio is going to, I just can't deal with the potential reality of like, yeah, we will kill studios like Blue Point while still funding Haven. Like whoever's making that decision, fire them yesterday. Okay? Like fire them yesterday. And that's why I continue to look at, I can't help but point the finger at Herman Hulse. It's like, who else would be? It's literally your job. This is your job. This is your title. It's on Herman. But at what point is it like I look at Hideaki Nishino and I look at the board of Sony? It's like, why are you guys letting him do this? Why are you letting him do this? Like, you guys don't know either? Does nobody know? You guys were all here for Concord. You're here right now for Marathon. What are you doing? It's so fucking frustrating, man, because you're going to see Sony come out and make the same excuse. They're going to make the same excuse of like, here's why we're increasing the price of this or that. And here's why the studio has to suffer layoffs and get cut. And then Haven's just going to be sitting there, totally untouched, unscathed. It feels like bullshit. That's what it feels like. And it feels depressing. Because rather than sitting here reading a report about how Blue Point's next title is going to be if not a Bloodborne remake, like, I don't know, just an Uncharted 1 remake or just anything, it's going to be a fucking Legend of Dragoon remake. Rather than reading a report like that, we're reading this. This is what we're getting. I mean, God, it's just like, I thought you learned. That's what bothers me. It's like I thought that we were done with this, man. This is almost worse. This episode of Press X Podcast, I've only been streaming for about 25 minutes. Daniel, you're saying stop killing games, making big progress. If a bill that they're making, if it passes, always online games must have offline modes or refund people if they shut down servers. I think I saw something about that. Yeah. And good. Yeah, good. I'm so tired of them thinking like there's no consequence to just putting out a failed shit multiplayer game because they were chasing a dragon and chasing a trend that they were never going to catch. Maybe they invested too much money to walk away. Well, that's where Sony's got to learn. In my opinion, it's like you need to bite the fucking bullet here, man. It reminds me of the situation with Marathon right now, where it's like, here's the reality with Marathon. Marathon did not make any money for Sony. It only lost Sony more money. More than likely. Because of how long they let them continue to develop it. Marathon's it's already cooked. So it's like, it's a bigger picture understanding here, in my opinion, of like, when does Sony wake up and realize your live service games are fucking garbage? Helldivers 2 wasn't you, Sony. That was Arrowhead. Okay? And you got lucky. You had the foresight to partner with them and bring them on and fund them. Good, good, good. Hey, Gran Turismo naturally turned into a live service game. That's Polyphony Digital, just slow and steady, getting it to where it's got to be over the course of decades. Natural transformation. MLB The Show, same thing. But anything outside that, like what you're trying to do with Fairgames, what you're trying to do with Bungie, it's like, it's shit. It's absolute shit, dude. And I've tried. And this is coming from the person who tried to have some like, maybe. It's like, no, dude, you want to kill Blue Point? The next fucking head I better see roll is Fairgames, Haven. And instead, it's the opposite. It's like, no, we're giving it more money. No, we're going to make it. And it's like, guess what? You think making Fairgames free to play is going to save it? Not at all. It's over, dude. It's over. And I'm at a point where I want to see it. Like, I kind of want to see it fail. I'm not going to lie. Because it's like, fuck this. Sony still hasn't learned. They're only going to learn one way. You would have thought, dude, you would think Concord, like, how did this not teach you? Concord could not have been worse. There's nothing else that could have happened to that game to make it any worse, to make the situation any worse. And yet they're still out here like, I think we're going to go through it. It's like, are you fucking, how high are you right now? What drugs are you on, dude? Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying if some of the 80 million PlayStation casuals bought Sony IP instead of Call of Duty and sports game 20, insert 2 numbers, maybe they'd stop making live service games. But that's where we are. But see, that's the thing, dude. Like, that's where I still have to place the blame on Sony, where it's like, Sony, it's not hard, right? Like, I'm tired of seeing how dense some of these executives are. It's like, how did you get in this position? How can you be this dense and somehow have been this successful in your career? Where it's like, surely at some point they wake up and realize that your platform, that is PlayStation, can be successful because of games like Madden, because of games like Call of Duty. And yes, a lot of your player base are playing those games, but at what point do you realize like you're not making those games? Number one, because they're already made, they already exist. Number two, because even if you tried, even if you said, I want to make a Madden competitor, I want to make a Call of Duty competitor, I want to make a Fortnite competitor, it's like take a good hard look. You, Sony, of all people, should know, of all companies should know, not people, but the people who are running it. Look at the numbers, dude. You can't be this dumb. You know how many developers it takes to run Fortnite, to feed Fortnite, to run Call of Duty, to feed Call of Duty. How many studios had to be absorbed into the Call of Duty machine so that they can continue to pump it out? And the same thing with the sports games, man. The big problem with the sports games is they're basically just viewed most times as, and Sony makes a fucking sports game. So you think, of course they know. For most of the time, it's just roster updates, dude. Minimal changes. It usually takes years. Same amount of time it would for any other type of AAA game to see major shifts and meaningful upgrades and updates. And that just blows my mind that it's like, you know what? It's like if Fair Games was not Fair Games and it was called something like Answering the Call or some shit, you know? And it's like we're trying to make our own Call of Duty. Even that, I could almost understand more than this because it's like, bro, Fair Games, the trailer looks like shit. Literally nobody wants this. Nobody is asking Sony in the year 2026 or last year or in 2024 for that matter. Nobody was saying, you know what, Sony, I want an extraction shooter from you. And I want it to look like some woke trash. You know, that's what I want from you. And I know I'm throwing the word woke around, but I'm just, you know, if not woke, I want it to look trash. Totally unappealing, totally generic. That's what I want. Who is asking for that? Who the fuck at Sony? Who is And I get it. That's sort of like what Cheese and Chainsaws is saying. It's like, oh, it's because Herman's looking at the reports. He's like, well, this is what they want. No. This is what they have, Herman. This is what they already have. You're not going to do, and even with, like, the reason why something like Call of Duty would make even just an ounce more sense, where it's like, we're going to make a Call of Duty competitor, that's what we're going to invest in, is because at least there's been some kind of sign that Call of Duty has been waning, that it's been struggling, that it's like, oh, look, Battlefield, did some damage. Maybe you can get in there too, get a piece of that pie. That, from that standpoint, makes a little bit of sense. But where we are now is it's like the extraction. Why does everybody think there's this giant extraction shooter pie? It's not that large. And the people have already spoken. They said, we have our hardcore fix with Escape from Tarkov. And guess what? Arc Raiders beat everybody to the punch, where it's like, there's your more casual fix. And they won. They won. It'd be like Ubisoft being like, we made our own Helldivers. It's like you're a day late and you're multiple years late and millions of dollars short. Nobody's asking for another Helldivers. Not right now. And here's the irony. The moment people start asking for another Helldivers, Arrowhead's probably already going to have Helldivers 3 and be like, hey, we're working on it. Who's going to make a Helldivers better than Arrowhead? Nobody. This is where it's like Sony just can't seem to accept that you've lost in this area. It's like, I know it's all about all the PlayStation fanboys and Sony always wins this and Sony's dominant. PlayStation is dominant in many ways. But in this area, Sony won in the way that they are unsatisfied with. But they made their bed. How does Sony win? Well, look at how many players are on GTA Online on PS4 and PS5. You didn't make GTA, and you're only getting a 30% cut of everything that's going on there. The lion's share is going to Take-Two, not you. So I get the mentality of like, but we want that. I know you want all of it. Of course you want all of it. But they just don't seem to understand, like, you can't do that. You are incapable of doing that. It's like, well, why? Because you've spent the vast majority of your time, which I think is a good thing, building single-player studios, building up a single-player repertoire, and having that portfolio and having that talent. And it's like, well, you know, what would it take for us? What would we need to do to go beyond that and have successful live services? It's like, well, you either got to like spend the next 10 to 12 years slowly converting your studios, all of them to live service, and a lot of them are going to die in the process, or you have to invest. And that's what they did. They invested. And this is why I'm so flabbergasted by this, where it's like, this isn't 2022 or 2023. We've seen them try to execute on their investments, and it has been quite literally the biggest shit show we've ever seen from PlayStation. They have embarrassed themselves, and they're not done. How are you not done? How are you not done? It's the fucking, it's been the curtain call, man, for this. And they're just like, not. And it's like Horizon Hunters Gathering. It's like, you didn't learn anything from Concord. You didn't learn anything. And I understand from like somebody, people are pointing out there, like maybe from a more business oriented standpoint, it's just a matter of like, there's too much investment already made. They have to they have to they have to take the shot no matter what. I'm not a believer in that. I'm like, no, you don't. That's the exact mentality they had with Concord, where they clearly knew after the reveal, like, oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, man. Like, yes, you now see how deluded you really were. Here's the crazy part. You could have stopped it. Right then and there. You could have read the fucking room and been like, we're canceling Concord. And I know that seems insane. And you have to ask yourself, well, why didn't they? You know why they didn't cancel Concord? Because of that exact reason. Because they figured we invested too much, man, and our investors are going to flip their lid and people are going to lose it. So it's like, if you go through with it, you take the shot, you pull the trigger, and then when people witness what happens, and it's like, oh God. Okay, now there's a precedent where it's like, don't do that again. Okay, if for as bad as it was, it's the first time. Just don't let it happen again. Now you know how to avoid it. That's what is so shocking to me about this. Is it's like, what are you talking about? Your feedback from playtesters, literally, it's in quotes. It's in fucking quotes. Development playtesters has said, or it's been said throughout the development, playtesters have found the game, quote, not fun, which Insider Gaming understands has been a persistent problem throughout the entire game's development. Like, at what point does Herman Hulst wake up in the morning and be like, I just think it might be a bad game, and nothing will make it fun? Like, it's just crazy. Like, I don't understand. How are these the people making these decisions? Yeah, this game is not fun. Give them 2 more years of development. I'm sure they'll figure it out. And that's quite literally the worst thing that could be said about your game. That is the worst thing. You could say the game looks like shit. You could say the game is clunky. You could say the game is glitchy. You could say the game is unpolished. You could say the game is generic. The worst thing, the absolute worst thing that can be said about your game is it's not fun. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying maybe Sony sees the future with storefronts not being allowed to be all dominant, and they need their own live service. 70-30 splits may change. I mean, I agree with that, and I do think I understand that, like, logically, and even just having foresight, it kind of tells you, like, you might need some successful live service games. You know, I get that. But I don't know. When I look at Sony, it's like, okay, well, you have some. I just think I think Sony the tough decision that Sony has to make, that Herman has to make, that from a just a business standpoint, they have to. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna play that again, Venino, so it can come through, so the audio will actually play. Before I do, though, I just want to finish responding to Cheese and Chainsaws before I respond to that. That like, I just think Sony has to, and I seemingly they have answered the question, and it's like, are you going to chase this dragon? And that dragon is not live service. We need to understand this isn't a matter of like like is Sony chasing live service? They're not just chasing live service. We have to understand they're chasing the upper echelon of live service. Which I mean, obviously, a lot of people assume that, but it's important to really think about that and what that means because we're not talking about Sony having a game like um you know uh Helldivers 2 and basically saying that's good enough, or MLB The Show or GT and be like, that's good enough. That's not what this is. Them chasing the dragon that is this upper echelon of live service it's the select few, like the Fortnites, the GTA Onlines. I'm assuming Minecraft is still up there. Maybe I'm wrong about that. The Roblox, something that's just so it consumes everything. It's beyond a juggernaut. You know, they're seemingly not willing to give that up. And that's where I just think it's like, dude, you can pursue this as hard as you want, as aggressively as you want, for as long as you want. It's not in the cards for you, Sony. And that's the thing. It's not in the cards for 99% of publishers. But Sony, they just seem to have this kind of, they seem very stubborn, where it's like that, because that's the only thing that can explain this. It's like, why would you still go through with Fair Games thinking this is the right decision? Because they actually still believe. Like they're like, no, we can do this. It's like, not with this. I'm not even saying you have to give up completely. I'm just saying you need to have enough. You have to have enough understanding to know that if the feedback you're fucking getting for the last 6 years for this game is it's not fun, you kill it. You kill a game that Bluepoint was working on, the God of War live service, because maybe you realize this isn't coming together well. This wasn't their expertise. They shouldn't have been doing this to begin with. Sure, that makes sense. This also makes sense. This makes just as much, if not even more sense. It's like it's literally being described as not fun. And yeah, I'm assuming from their viewpoint, they view it as like it's salvageable. We can mold it into something. And it's like, Sony, you're not molding this into anything. You polish the turd all you want, bro. It's still a turd. Like, sorry. I'll tell you right now, if this Insider Gaming report was the feedback from players has been there might be something here. There's something, it's a diamond in the rough. They just got to polish it. That would be different. I'd be like, oh, maybe they do have a success on their hands here. They just got to get it just right. They got to dial it in. It's not. It's literally we're not having fun. I don't think this game is good. And they're like, how do we make the game fun? Like, you kill the game and you either start completely over or you move on. Let me play what Venino said here with a direct donation, though, real quick.
Currently PS has successfully guess. Why not put GT everywhere or MLB on PC or Helldiver on Switch and make them bigger? Instead of wasting money.
That's something else I don't understand. I mean, to be honest, I don't have an answer for that, Venino, because it seemed like that's what Sony was going to do. It seemed like that's why they put Helldivers on Xbox, and you could imagine eventually maybe something like GT going to PC, and then MLB was reportedly going to be going to PC, but I guess that's scrapped now. And I don't understand this because they're pulling back on certain things, and it's like, well, if you want super successful live service games, I yeah, I mean, like you would think like it would be the utmost priority to get these games on other platforms, and they're just not. And so it's like, you guys want to go back? Like that's okay. I'm okay with that. You kind of want to go back to just being a little bit more modest. Like maybe we don't chase the live service dragon. We just kind of stay in our lane and do what we're best at. What we're good at, and we just kind of continue to rake in the revenue from the successful live service games that are you know all over our platform. Like, oh, okay. But then you see this and it's like, so part of that means you're going to cancel Fair Games, right? 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 And maybe take that money and keep Blue Point alive? No? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. No, 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 no. I was just trying to give Luna some treats, but no, boss, no, 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 no. Jeez, man. I just had to give her treats on the floor. Sorry. Boss, he's what has gotten into him? He's like his appetite is insatiable, dude. He's trying to he's trying to get even fatter. Daniel, you're saying with the super chat, if the bill passes, Sony will think twice on live service. That could be true too. That could be true. I think a lot of people would. I think a lot of people would think twice. And Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, but they have to chase something. God of War 2, Horizon 2, Spider-Man 2, The Last of Us 2 all sold less than their predecessors. They need new IP instead of sequels/remake. And yeah, I can agree. They do need to chase something. There has to be constant. It's their obligation. They have to chase something. Oh, and Zombie Dragon, thank you so much for a $50 super chat, bro. I'll read that in just a moment. Really appreciate that. They have to chase something, man. The obligation that Sony, that not just Sony, but like people like Herman Hulst, people like Hideaki Nishino, their job literally is to make the PlayStation brand as profitable as they possibly can. I just think that they are, at least with Herman, I still don't really know what Hideaki Nishino's play is here. I think they're misguided and I get it. Like, I don't know that I have a perfect answer for them either, where it's like, well, if we're not going to chase live service, what do we chase? And it's like, well, yeah, maybe it's what you're saying. Maybe it's like you guys have to be willing to take risks again. Like, sure, do sequels, continue to try to grow your big franchises. That's fine. Like, that can always have a place. But, you know, maybe look back at like, remember how we got The Last of Us 1? Remember how it was you allowing Naughty Dog to really take a chance, which they are now with Intergalactic, to be fair. But it's like you have to, remember when you did Horizon Zero Dawn and it was by letting Guerrilla Games take a big chance where it's like, so you guys don't want to make another Killzone. You don't want to make another first person shooter. You want to make a open world action RPG with robot dinosaurs. It's like, yeah, that you're gonna have to put a lot of faith in them, and they were right to do that. This is where it's like the faith they're putting their faith in the wrong places. They're taking chances in the wrong places. I think them putting faith in something like Fair Games and taking and thinking like this is the right chance the right choice. that we should be making and take a big chance on this. It's like of all the things you could do, I literally would have rather them take a chance in like what if we let Blue Point Games remake Infamous 1 or something? You know, like to me that would have been a greater and I know that's still playing it safe because it's like, oh, it's another remake, but it's like, dude, I still if anything, you could do that. It could show there might be more of an appetite for Infamous to return. Maybe Sucker Punch will want to make a new one, or you know, you could find another studio they could license it out to that would love to make an Infamous, just something along those lines. And it's like they just seem unwilling to do any of that because they're like, nah, we need a successful extraction shooter. It's like, how much are you gonna dump into like? Another thing about this report is they're saying like, yeah, the main mode is going to be an extraction based mode. It's like, what the fuck? Like what? Guys, you just released Marathon and it's already dying. What are we doing? But I don't know. I guess I don't know. I think Sony's clearly desperate to try to grow their bigger franchises, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a complicated thing. I know I seem to be oversimplifying it to a degree, but this is just a not to me. This whole Fair Games thing is nonsensical. Where it's like this, come on. And Zombie Dragon, you dropped a $60 super chat here, dude. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. You're saying, okay, if Sony is so bent on having a live service game, just do what Microsoft did and buy it. Practically the people that made Marvel Rivals, it would make sense if they overpaid a little bit for it because that game can easily make its money back. But if you're trying to build a live service studio, do not get people that have no experience in it. You're going to need to get people who actually know how to build it. I agree with you 110%, Zombie Dragon. The only problem with that is that already happened. That sequence of events that make complete logical sense. You know, it's damn near 2 + 2 = 4 level logic. It already happened and it backfired and blew up in their face entirely. So Sony did exactly what you're describing. They did that with Bungie. And this is where it's like the more time that goes by, the more I realize like Jim Ryan didn't retire. I mean, maybe he did, but it's like I think somebody at Sony was like Jim, we you did a lot of good, Jim. Like we really appreciate what you did, but I think maybe this is you're out of your depth now with this with the live service thing. Because Jim, he did get a really respectful they fucking put his face on cookies. They gave him a retirement party and stuff. So it's like I could see he actually did retire, but it just maybe he chose to retire when he did because he saw something coming that the rest of Sony didn't until he was gone. But it's like whoever whoever made, and I guess it was Jim. I'm not sure who else it would be. Maybe it was Kenichiro Yoshida. At the time, he was the CEO. He's no longer the CEO. Hiroki Totoki is the CEO of Sony. It's like the idea of we should buy the expertise makes sense. Again, that makes perfect sense. They made such a bad purchase where it's like, yeah, Bungie, they're the experts. They know what they're doing. Bungie's great. They're gonna help us become one of the most successful live service publishers in the industry. And as soon as they bought them, within a year of buying them, it became clear like, wait, you guys don't know what you're doing? Wait, hold on. Then how is Destiny 2 as successful as it is? And literally they're like, we don't know. We kind of got lucky. And so it like begs the question, who else could Sony have purchased? Because even when you look at Activision Blizzard getting acquired by Microsoft, look at what's happened to Call of Duty this last year. Even that could be seen as, oh, dude, like, even they're starting to flounder a little bit. We're seeing what's happening with Fortnite. Even Fortnite, they're coming out there like, we got to lay people off. We got to increase the price of V-Bucks. Like, I saw this video pop up. God, I might see if I can find this later on. You can remind me. Maybe I'll react to it. It was this video that somebody made where it said the live service bubble's finally popping. And I'm like, could I have been wrong? Could I have been wrong? In I have stated numerous times that live service is not a trend. It is here to stay permanently. Maybe I wasn't fully wrong, where it's like, yes, MBG, that's true. Live service games are never leaving. But maybe this high tide, this peak, this era of peak live service gaming where there are these dominant forces that are just fucking making ridiculous amounts of money and profit, that is coming to an end. Because yeah, it's just, you know, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what would make, maybe people are just tired of it. Maybe it was like a generational thing. I'm not entirely sure, but it's just that, I mean, Zombie Dragon, like going back to what you're saying here, man, I just feel like Sony's approach to live service has been misguided pretty much the entire time, where it's not even that they didn't know how to make live service games, they didn't even know who to try to buy. You know, every decision that has been made seemingly when it comes to Sony's approach to live service, all the way from Bungie to, you know, Helldivers 2 not getting a bigger marketing push, even though it definitely should have. It tells me that whoever was making those decisions was literally just looking at spreadsheets. They were just looking at data. They were just looking at analytics and telemetry. And they made every decision based on that. And they didn't do any more due diligence. They didn't, again, it's like, if you're in a position where it's like Shuhei Yoshida, right? When you look at Shuhei Yoshida, what made him so successful, like he had his shortcomings and made mistakes. He'll be the first to admit that. But what made him so successful was he knew the business side, but he had, what's the term I'm looking for? Like he had something that no spreadsheet can, you know, can make up for. He had the taste. He had the intuition. You know what I mean? He had something there. And, or at the very least, he was able to trust the right people. Where I remember with Shuhei Yoshida, one of the most famous things with him is he played the demo for God of War 2018 and thought, oh my God, this is horrible. But he trusted the people around him to say, like, no, like, Shu, you're wrong on this one, bro. Like, let him see it through. And look at that. He trusted them. It feels like whoever, and I'm assuming it's Herman and it was Jim Ryan, they're just making decisions where it's like, just follow the numbers and only make your decisions based on that. And I feel like this is what you get. This is the result you get. Where it's like, I don't get it. This is what people like. This is what people want. This is what the data told us to do. Yeah, but where's the heart and soul? Where's the intuitive decision making? It's seemingly non-existent. But Zombie Dragon, once again, thank you so much for the generous super chats, man. We also have Sean Mitchell. He says extraction shooters just ain't going to have the legs Battle Royale did. I don't think. It's hot now, but I think it will fall off faster, man. And it will. It will, because the thing about extraction shooters is they came after Battle Royale. So there's already the fact that they're a little bit late, you know, something else, you know, that kicked it all off is established. But it's also like I'm playing, you know, well, I'm not playing it now. I mean, I played a little bit last night, but I'm not enjoying it. I've tried playing Marathon and I'm like, dude, this extraction shooters are for a very certain type of gamer. Where it's like, you have to be okay with your time potentially being disrespected. And you're signing up for that. You know, where it's like, you do realize you could spend 30 minutes in a match, and then by the end of that 30 minutes, you get nothing. In fact, not only do you get nothing, you lost stuff that you had. You lose. It's like playing, you know, it's like gambling, basically. not entirely, but it's more similar to that, where it's like, dude, once people get a taste of what it's like to not lose a round, and it's like, oh, you lost the match. But to lose a match and you lost your most valuable gear and you're not getting it back. Once people get a taste of that, that's why I think, at least with, I don't know, it also depends on how hardcore it is. Like with Arc Raiders, from my understanding, people have said that's kind of like they tweaked the extraction shooter model to make it much more accessible, where it's not as brutal and hardcore, to where something like Marathon is completely hardcore. So it's more similar to something like Tarkov, where it's like no mercy. And like, yeah, you only a very niche group of players are going to be like, I'm going to stick around even though I just got my face kicked in and lost everything, was spit on, like, and yeah, I've played numerous Marathon sessions where I'm like, yeah, that's exactly how it feels, and I just want to uninstall this game. So I agree with you on that one, but I don't know, man. Like, what? I'm shocked. Fair Games has had multiple play tests. Clearly, Sony's like, we will sue you into oblivion if you leak this, because it hasn't leaked. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying if the live service bubble popped, Sony's effed. Yeah, but the truth is, I mean, that's true, but an even greater truth is that the live service bubble pops, the industry is. So, when people talk about an industry collapse is possible. It's not like it's going to be like it's, video games are going away and they're dying. It's not like that. A video game industry collapse in the modern day looks more like a lot of things are going to go away. A lot of companies are going to go away. A lot of types of games are going to go away for a very long time, potentially some of them permanently, like genres of games, literally. And everything's going to shrink all at one time. That's what a collapse looks like. It doesn't mean the money will completely stop flowing. It just means it's only going to start flowing in a very select few directions, in my opinion. And I think that I mean, that's why it's hard to imagine live service games completely collapsing. The idea of a live service game bubble popping, where it's like, I mean, if you go on Steam, I mean, I'll check right now. Steam top played games today. Charts overview. So, most played games right now on Steam: Counter-Strike 2, 1.2 million in-game. This is right now. Dota 2, 600K in-game. PUBG, 431K in-game. Those are 3 live service games. 5M, which is this GTA, right? So that's just Steam. If I look at PS5 top played games today, let's see. Well, top played games for April: Fortnite, Roblox, Call of Duty, NBA, GTA 5, Rocket League, Minecraft, Rainbow Six Vegas, Marvel Rivals. It's literally all live service. So it's like, I'm not convinced the live service bubble is popping. I mean, it could technically be a bubble pop, but it's more like, I just view it as the money will continue to flow. Let me take back what I said a moment ago. If live service games did collapse at like this, the entire genre as a whole, it's like, this is kind of over. I think what will be left is like, there's just a couple of games. Like, there's just like 5 to 7 games that they're what's left of the live service apocalypse, right? Where they're still going to make good money. They're still going to be persistent. And that could be like Dota 2, PUBG, Roblox, Fortnite, GTA Online. And it might not extend much further than that. That's one way it could go. The other way, which is kind of the opposite, where it's not that any of these games, like all these live service games can continue to exist. It's just the money itself stops flowing as much. Like the abundance of cash flow is much less, where it's like, yeah, Fortnite can continue to exist alongside something like Warframe, or and it's fine. Neither of them are going to go anywhere. Warframe's going to make even less money, and it's going to be even harder for them to maintain that game. And then Fortnite's also going to make a lot less money. And while it may not be as difficult for them to maintain it, growth is going to be difficult. And if growth is difficult, then it doesn't really matter. Like it may as well be the same thing. You're saying Modern Collapse is more consolidation. All those lists show is why Sony is doing it. I know, but well, that's where maybe I will say this, going back to what Zombie Dragon said. Maybe if Sony is unwilling to give up. Wait, someone tell MBG, Kepler, L2, and Moore's Laws that are beefing on X about the PlayStation leaks. Wait, what? Come on, are you serious? What are they beefing about? That's crazy. It's kind of going back to what Zombie Dragon said. We're like, if Sony is this hellbent, it's like that you need this. Like it's not a question. Like it has to happen. Then you make another big purchase. Except this time you fucking make the right one. That to me at this point is the only rational solution. Where it's like, you're going to dump money into this no matter, you're going to burn money for this no matter what. You're going to spend the money to try to make the money. And if that's what you're going to do, then you may as well pull a Microsoft, where it's like they bought the successful live service games. Not all of them, but enough, especially with Call of Duty, where it's like they bought Minecraft, they bought Call of Duty, and it's like, okay, it's not that you're invincible now. But if your shit is going to sink, it's going to take a long time. And you're buying yourself time to potentially fix it if need be. This is where it's like Sony, how we talk about Disney buying Epic? It's like Sony. I don't want to see that. I'm not interested in that. That doesn't do shit for me. Like if Sony's like, we're buying Epic, and it's like, we're doing it for Fortnite. And Unreal Engine 5, but mainly Fortnite. We did it. We got we have our Fortnite. We literally bought Fortnite. To me, that's like, but the upside is, so you guys are done, right? Right? Like you can fucking stop now. You can kill Fairgames. You can just focus on, okay, our studios outside of Epic Games are just back to making they're just back to doing what they do. But I don't know. Even that makes me nervous, because knowing Sony, they'll be like, hey, Naughty Dog, how do you feel about making a single player Fortnite game? It's shit like that I'm like, I don't know about that. I mean, it's like Sony, like, why don't you talk to the Bank of Japan? I don't know. I say this like it could just, no problem. Go buy Take-Two. There, you got GTA, you got NBA 2K. Now, can you shut the fuck up? Can you stop? I don't want to see that. I do not want to see that. I think that sounds atrocious, but it's like, if I had to choose between that and them continuing to do shit like they are with Fairgames, it's like watching them do the shit they're doing with game titles like Fairgames is painful. It's painful. It's excruciating. It's drawn out, and it's like, just for what? For failure, dude. If they do, if they do that, they'll have to go multi-plat like Xbox. I don't know. Like, this is the problem with publicly trade. As much as I love the PlayStation brand, I love the brand as in like, there's so much about it that, I think is awesome, but it is it's a brand that is owned by a publicly traded company, Sony. And it's just, there's never going to be a time where, like, there's just like, it's like when people talk about, can Sony just go back to like Killzone and Infamous and SOCOM and MotorStorm? And it's like, they're never going to do that, man. Like, I'm not saying none of these games could ever come back, but it's like what you're describing is like, I want them to go back to operating the way they did in the middle slash end of the PS3 life cycle. And it's like, they're so much, they're not the same company because they're so much bigger. The PlayStation brand is so much bigger. So the ante has been upped drastically. You know, if they were to go back to operating that way, they would lose so much money. But that money lost would be mostly through like investors being like, what the fuck is this? And that's what makes it painful to watch. That's what makes it excruciating, is that like part of the reason Sony is probably going through with Fair Games, and this is why I label it as depressing, is because they've already canceled so many live service games and have shut down live service studios to where they're probably terrified that if they do it again, if they continue to do it, they're going to start losing in a lot of investment, because a lot of these investors, yes, they're dumping the money that they're dumping in the Sony because they do want this. They do want Fair Games to be the next big live service hit. They don't know shit about gaming. You know, they're just like, oh, you're making a live service. This could be the one. Meanwhile, anybody who's actually paying attention is like, bro, they're literally describing the game as not fun. The trailer looks like ass. Like, the studio director fucking left. Like, this is not something you should be investing in. You know? So you should take your money back, and Sony should just accept you shouldn't have this money if this is where it's going to be invested. The solution here is Sony has to wisen up, bro. Like, they have to wisen up, and like, if you're going to take investor money and dump it into live service endeavors, you have to be, you got to be better than this. You got to do better than this. And, you know, that's why Herman gets paid the big bucks, bro. He's getting paid the big money to be in this position, to get all these benefits. And it's like, dude, you can't keep failing upwards like this. You gotta succeed at some point, right? Right? And we have Daniel. He says the issue is people are not leaving those games for new live service games. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Did you guys know Roblox? I found out recently Roblox apparently isn't even profitable. Apparently, Fortnite might not even be profitable because of all the money that Epic Games spent on legal fees and shit. I mean, I don't know, dude. I just think some of this shit has gotten so messy by this point that it's like, I do kind of wish, I'm in agreement with people, you know, to an extent, where I do wish Sony would just, I wish they would just kind of go back to the way things were with the PS4 gen, where I think what made the PS4 gen so good is like you had the best of both worlds. In like, you're getting single player games from Sony, but you're also getting like new shit, like new IP. You're seeing Sony take these risks, and they're paying off. They're paying off. I just wish we could see more of that and a doubling down on that. And I think that, you know, part of the reason why Sony doesn't do that is because, think about it like this. Everything, that list of games we just ran down, you know, it's just what Cheese and Chainsaw said. Like, that list shows why Sony's doing this. It's going to, you know, how is Sony going to turn to their investors during their big business meeting and be like, we're not doing that. We're going to do the opposite of that, and what nobody else is seemingly doing, and we're going to double and triple down our investment on single player games. I mean, to me and you, that's like, yes, there you go. Now you're getting it. But to where the industry is right now, that is antithetical to what the industry as a whole, collectively, as a market, is saying to the bottom line. Not entirely. I don't want to like exaggerate it. It's not like So, it's not like, oh, well, Wolverine is going to fail because nobody wants single player games. It's not like that. But it's like, well, why is it that we know something like Wolverine will definitely succeed, but if Insomniac came out with a brand new IP, there's a question of like, is this going to do anywhere near as well as it's like when people look at Insomniac and they're like, well, can you guys not just do Marvel games? It's like, yeah, here's Ratchet and Clank. How did Ratchet and Clank sell compared to Spider-Man, compared to Miles Morales, compared to what will be Wolverine sales? It's like, it's hard. And again, it also reinforces like, why is Sony so fixated on
NBG.
Horizon? Because Horizon is like,
beefing
dude,
about the PlayStation 6 leaks on X.
oh wait. Oh, I was just very confused for a second there. I was looking at the wrong chat. Vinino, you're saying MBG, Kepler, L2, and Moore's Law's that are beefing about the PS6 leaks on X. I'm going to go check this out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know, dude. It was Dream. Sony had it. Sony had it in the palm of their hand, bro. They just didn't know it. Media Molecule was their savior. I'm telling you, I'm not even kidding. Media Molecule was the one inside of Sony before anybody. Like, dude, it was like 2012, 2013, and they're like, Dreams, user-generated content. Now, granted, I think Dreams would have need to be streamlined significantly. The engine was almost too powerful, where it's like you have to make this more intuitive and easier to use. But look at where we are now. Dreams was Sony had it, dude. It's if anything, it's further fucking proof Sony doesn't deserve it. It's like, you don't deserve your own Roblox or GTA Online, Sony, because you had it. Media Molecule built it, and they just didn't see a path forward for it. And it's like, if you would just, I'm not saying it would have been easy, but it's like, if only somebody at Sony would have known to be like, I think we need to stick with this. And to be fair, they still could. Well, no, they can't. Media Molecule's pretty much, they're not disbanded, but everybody who made that game what it is, they're kind of, they're gone now. And that's just a great irony to me of like, when Dreams first came out, man, I think it was the biggest problem it lacked accessibility on two fronts. It was an exclusive, so you needed a PS4 to access it. That already puts it at a disadvantage. But number two, the tool set was very robust. Like, you need to learn this to actually build. And so like, they could have solved both of those problems. They could have made it imperative to get Dreams everywhere. And while they're doing that, to allow Media Molecule to take time to create like almost like an easier to use version of the Dreams engine. So it's like, if you don't want it to be complex, we can simplify it. Yeah, and there's insane games, dude. And Sony would have had to figure out how to work out the monetization and all that, but they could have figured it out. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, yeah, they need to buy one. All those live service games are a decade, if not more, old. They got their audiences at the beginning. That's why it's hard for new games as a service. Yeah, I mean, that the thing about successful games as a service titles is they kind of act as a home for gamers, for people who are playing them, where it's their comfort food. And a lot of these games, a lot of live service games, they, especially when you get in at the ground floor, like, they build out features. They become more and more and more and more complex, and there's depth to them. And I mean, I think about Dead by Daylight, dude, how like I thought about going back and playing Dead by Daylight again. And literally what stopped me is I kind of forgot the game. Like, I remember the basic gameplay loop, but there's so much to it now. There's so many perks. There's so many characters. And God knows how many updates I've missed where they've changed the meta of the game so dramatically where it stopped me from doing it. where it's like, oh, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like it felt like I'm going to have to relearn it. To whereas if I just stuck with it this whole time, that would be the game I'm most comfortable with by a mile, you know, because I was there for a while. Michael, you want me to play Dead by Daylight with you? You wear a Robin shirt. Hmm. I mean, I might still go back at some point. Community Dead by Daylight stream 2026. I'll let you know if I go back, Michael. And Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Roblox is a platform that pays out to devs / players making games on it. That's why Sony would never make something like that. They'd never have an open platform. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, right? Like, it almost feels like what we're starting to discover is that Sony wants it both ways. And that's what's ironic about seeing what they tried to do with PC, where I always got this feeling with Sony approaching PC where it's like, I feel like you guys want it both ways. You know, like you want to have this incredible success on PC, but you want to walk in and be like, we're running this shit. It's like, no, no, no. You run your console and your console ecosystem. That's what you run. You don't run PC. Steam does. Even Microsoft doesn't run PC, which is the funniest shit ever, where it's like Microsoft is PC. They're not running it. You know, Steam's running it. Valve's running it. And, you know, I feel like that's where it was so obvious when you saw the way Sony was trying to go about it, and they got fucking wrecked by the internet and PC players, where it's like, what do you think you're doing? And I think Sony was like, oh, okay. And so, you know, it's like, that's fine, but what are you going to do now? And if Sony wants to continue to have this mentality of like, well, we want to have it both ways, it's like, I don't think that's going to be possible, man. This is where I think Sony, they may just have to settle. And, you know, obviously that comes with major caveats, where it's like, maybe you can just be a massive third-party platform for, you know, you can act as the platform for platform games, for live service games, and you make money doing nothing. But you also have your single player games. But I get it. Like, there's a vulnerability there, and I understand that Sony feels like they have to do something about that vulnerability, because the longer that vulnerability, you know, the longer that vulnerability exists, the higher the chances that, you know, it's gonna bite them in the ass, I suppose. And that vulnerability I'm talking about is, well, what happens if a live service game like Fortnite or GTA Online, I mean, it's kind of like when you see how with Grand Theft Auto Online, they have Grand Theft Auto Plus or whatever, GTA Online Plus, or it's like their own subscription service. Now, granted, like that still exists within, you know, like Sony's making money on that. For every person who's subscribed to GTA Plus, Sony's getting a 30% cut of that monthly subscription. But it's just, as these platform games begin to expand further and further and further and become more and more accessible, you know, this is where it does put Sony in a dangerous position of like, well, if the PlayStation 6 ends up coming out at $800 and the, you know, the PS5 is already at $600, only getting higher in price as time goes on, what if at some point GTA is available, you know, on what if Rockstar makes their own cloud service? I don't know, maybe they already do. Somebody inform me if they do, but, or like Take-Two Interactive or whatever. Take-Two Interactive is like, you know, we're gonna, or like, I see that Take-Two Interactive partners with like Netflix on some things, where it's like GTA San Andreas. What if they're like, yeah, we're putting GTA Online 2 on Netflix? Sony would probably, I don't want to say they would shit their pants, but that'd be like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, all people have to do, I mean, this sounds atrocious. This sounds horrific, but, you know, never underestimate the casual, right? We're like, oh yeah, all you have to do if you're a Netflix subscriber, is download the controller app to your phone. That's all you got to do. And you can now access GTA Online too, or something. Or, it's like, it's stuff like that that would leave Sony so vulnerable where, like, over time, these platform games, they're just expanding further and further out. And so Sony's revenue is threatened. Ultimately, that's what it is. Their revenue stream is threatened and vulnerable. And it really does seem like it is just a matter of time until, think about that's the big thing that Microsoft exposed with Sony, with Call of Duty, is look at how Sony did shit their pants when they thought Call of Duty was going to be exclusive. Because it's like, oh my God. Like, Jim Ryan was like, we'll never recover, because that's, if Microsoft actually took that revenue stream from them away, it's like, holy shit. No amount of single player games we offer, no matter how many tens of millions they sell, is going to make that up. From that standpoint, you can understand why Sony sees this as a priority, where it's like, we got to figure this out. But the solution, this is going to be, this is the major equation that Sony has to try to figure out. For Sony, this is them trying to figure out quantum physics. But it's like, you got to figure it out. You have to. Even I don't know what the solution is, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I know that I get pissed off and I yell about fair games, and I still question, like, what the fuck are you doing? Because, like, I'm not saying I know what the right answer is, but I can tell you this is the wrong one. That I feel confident in. But I don't know what the answer is here for Sony, where it's like, yeah, maybe them just making a big purchase. And I know people wouldn't like that, because they're like, well, if they made a big purchase like Microsoft did with Activision Blizzard, first off, if they could even afford it, the amount of danger in doing that is like, well, that might not even be worth it, because this could literally kill your company. But then second, it's like, now you have to kind of undo your, like, that's what we witnessed with Microsoft, where your business model kind of comes undone. So I don't know. This is where Sony is in a precarious position, where they could just say, we're just going to keep it as it is. We're just going to assume that PlayStation will always be a super relevant platform for live service games. And that will always make a lot of money through the 30% rips. And that could work. But there will always still be, but what if this happened? What if it doesn't go that way? What if something interferes with that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have like a definitive answer for Sony, other than I just wish that they didn't have to. Like, I wish it would not be such a bad thing if they shrunk a little bit. I think what my problem points to more than anything is, like, I like to see PlayStation be big, and I like to see it do really well. But again, the expectation that goes hand in hand with that, them being a publicly traded company, it's like, I just kind of wish they would be like, it would just be cooler if they were under threat of losing a live service game on their platform. Like, okay, we'll be okay. Like, we'll survive. We'll figure it out. It doesn't feel like it's like that. It's like, I remember when it looked like Sony was going to lose Call of Duty, there were PlayStation players who were like, who cares? Fuck them. I don't play Call of Duty. And I'm like, I totally get it. Like, I totally get it. Like, yeah, why would you give a shit? But it's like, quite literally 30 million of the 100 million PlayStation 5 sold, maybe more than 30 million. The ratio could be 40%, 50%, maybe even. But, like, those people bought it because they know they can play Call of Duty on PlayStation. You take that away, they're going somewhere else. And so it's like you can see how that's really fucking bad for the PlayStation brand, where it's like, how small are you okay with PlayStation being? And I guess from a fan slash consumer perspective, a lot of fans I think would be okay if Sony was a tenth of their size, or PlayStation was a tenth of their size, but just focus. But like that's what they're going for. We're focused on providing for a niche audience and making it the best it could possibly be, a hardcore audience. A lot of PlayStation fans would actually prefer that, but that's never going to happen. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, I've said this before. I see Rockstar going that way. They'd rather have their own platform, 5M, streaming, cloud, and perks, all for a subscription fee. Yeah, and that's the nature of the beast, right? It's because they understand, like, they have the anomaly. They have a game and a game that is also going to become a platform with GTA Online 2, that it's like, if they can figure out a way to cut out the middleman being PlayStation, but that's where it's interesting, right? It's like when you look at the breakdown of those charts, it's like PlayStation is like, without PlayStation, Take Two. I mean, you look at the money that GTA makes, GTA Online, like without PlayStation, that's their biggest cash cow, essentially lost. So there's a lot of symbiotic relationships here, and I don't know. I mean, it all just goes back down to really, really big companies, successful companies, trying to get to a point where it's like, we just want to have it all to ourselves. And that's the capitalist way. That's the capitalistic nature of the beast that we're dealing with here, unfortunately. But yeah, but that's the thing, is like, there's so much evidence that there is more evidence right now in front of us that actually would say you're better off continuing to build partnerships. You're better off doing that. That is the better thing for you to do. And the more aggressive you get in trying to have it all yourself, like, you're going to implode. And maybe that is the right answer. Maybe it's like, it seems too risky, but it's like, that is the risk you need to take. Maybe that is the risk Sony needs to take, where it's like, let it go, dude. Accept that this is the bed you've made, and you're going to sleep in it, and it's okay. It's a nice, comfortable bed. Got plenty of pillows, plenty of space, king size bed, like, it's fine. Maybe that's the risk, where it's like, just do your thing with first party, and just continue to nurture the partnerships and the relationships you have with your partners. That's the secret. That's all it is. But Sony's ambition, I think, certainly goes beyond that. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Microsoft is just effing with the market because they can. They may take away pay for online next gen and allow storefronts. Makes it look worse for Sony and Nintendo to regulators. Wouldn't be surprised if they offer an 80-20 split. They're going to pull an Epic Games, bro. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Microsoft, it's kind of the irony of, like, I know people always talk about, like, Xbox is dead, Xbox is done, Microsoft sucks, they're cooked, it's over to a certain extent, but it's like, if they get to a place of, like, we win by fucking just. See, the thing is, what you're describing, Microsoft has been trying to do that for 10 years. They just have yet to successfully penetrate the armor, so to speak, where, like, they have been trying to disrupt the market and, like, turn it upside down anyway. Like, we got to uproot this shit, man, but it's so firmly rooted in, it's so entrenched that they have not been able to do it with Game Pass, with, you don't have to buy games. You don't need to buy games. When we all play, we all win. All that shit. Being ultra pro consumer, just to find out that you're just losing money doing that. They've tried it all, but I mean, their exit seemingly from the traditional console space could be It's exactly what you're saying, cheese and chainsaws. It's like they could be their way to be like, we're gonna start presenting things here that were unthinkable, like completely unthinkable during our time doing a traditional console. But we're gonna tell you this is a console. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like, oh, here we go. Buckle up. And you say, but the GTA sub will still be on PlayStation. Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. The GTA Plus on PlayStation. Uh, I don't know. We have some interesting times ahead of us. We really do. I did come across this one thing. I want to show you this or read this because this you mentioned Microsoft kind of fucking around, trying to mess things up. Maybe there's this article that was put up by The Verge. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. I just saw Michael Wernick. Oh, I gotta acknowledge this. Michael Wernick used the turn it up. He dropped. So this is a new thing, guys. He dropped 800 joules. Thank you, Michael. PlayStation needs those. God, that. So did you have to pay for those, Michael? I'm still a little confused. Like, some people seem to be, they have like a certain amount of joules that are given to them by YouTube. Yeah, so you got them cold hard cash. Thank you, Michael. So that you just dropped the equivalent of 80 cents. And Perfect Image uses Laughing Disco for 250 joules. So thank you. It's equivalent of 25 cents. You just got $1. Thank you. Dude, this is so weird. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing that. Cheese and chainsaws. You're not gonna use the turn it up with 800 joules. It's gonna get more chaotic in here now. You're saying, I don't mean fully for them to win, more so to F over Sony and Nintendo's money by doing these things. It'll affect everyone. They're changing the rules. Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying, that does seem like, because what everything I just said about like Sony having good partnerships, that now includes Microsoft, but we're seeing some weird fuckery happening with Microsoft right now where like we just went from earlier this year, or the end of last year into early this year, going from, well, that's that. Stick a fork in it. Xbox is done. The next console, it's just going to be a PC that has Steam, and it'll have Xbox backwards compatibility. That's the only thing it'll offer. Halo, Gears, Forza, they're all on PlayStation. Everything is going to be day one on PlayStation now. They're a publisher. They've transformed into just being a publisher first, and pretty much that is their bread and butter going forward. We went from that to, wait, Phil Spencer's retiring, Sarah Bond's out, and now Asha Sharma's in, and I have this report from The Verge. Microsoft's new Xbox chief starts making her mark. Asha Sharma is already making big decisions for the Xbox platform, where there's like this notion that, wait a second, we're hitting the reboot button. We're starting it over. And with that, anything can happen. So it does give off this air of like, what are they going to try to pull off now, man? Where like Microsoft can just never settle in. Like, just when you finally thought like, okay, well, this is it. This is where the ride ends. It ends with them. And it's not a bad ending. I mean, it's not the ideal one for most Xbox fans, but it's like we're a publisher now. You know, that's what we are. Xbox publishing. That's what we do. And for the few couple of million people that still want to hang around on our platform, sure, we'll just continue to support it as best we can. MVP Moss, you're saying, what live service does Nintendo havels it necessary? So I think what you were trying to say, MVP Moss, it was going well in the first half. Is you're asking like if live service is necessary, what live service games does Nintendo have? I mean, that's one thing we have to understand about Nintendo, though, is they're not making anywhere near as much money as Sony. Profits, I mean, if you want to get into the weeds of who's making better profits, I mean, I actually don't know. My assumption is Nintendo probably makes better profits, but at like much lower scales. So it's like, you know, part of PlayStation's allure and success, and as well as Sony's, is their revenue juggernauts. And being a revenue juggernaut can be appealing to investors, and it can look good because the more revenue you make, it's exactly why, like, how is it that Netflix and like Roblox and these different platforms can just operate at a loss, but like they're still getting investors left and right and successful? They're ultimately successful, even though they're losing money. It's because it's the idea that like it's all about the scale of it. Like it scales higher and higher and higher and higher, and there will be a tipping point where one day it is going to become profitable, and when it does, it's going to be that's it. That's where Netflix is now, basically. Where like 20 years Netflix wasn't making a profit, now they're making crazy profits. So that model, it's the loss lead model. And it is exactly that. That's kind of what we're describing, where it's like Sony's not taking a loss lead. They're trying to just remain profitable and steady while still being a juggernaut in revenue. Microsoft, they could still, like, there's this notion that's being presented that Microsoft may try to be, a loss leader again. Which is crazy. Like, I don't, why would they not let Phil do that? But under Asha Sharma, they might try to become a loss leader again, and that's what would create the major disruption, dude. Where it's like, depending on just the whole purpose of trying to be a loss leader is to kill your competition. We're going to do things the competition won't do because we can literally afford it, and they can't. But that's the thing. Microsoft has already tried doing that, and they've done it numerous times unsuccessfully. And man, boss just can't get. He just keeps coming back. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Nintendo IP is all they care about. Seemingly, yeah. When it comes to Nintendo, I don't. That's what makes the Duskblood so funny to me. Is like it is an exclusive. It's not a Nintendo IP, and it is multiplayer. It's going to be like the first major live service hit for Nintendo you watch. You're saying, Josh, you're saying Nintendo gets revenue from software sales more than any of the others anyway. Sony's hardware. Yeah, I think there are what would be considered flaws. It depends on how you view it, but from a pure business standpoint of like, how do you make your company more profitable and, just more successful in terms of raw profits, right? How do you do that as efficiently as possible? I think there are definitely imperfections, for both Sony and Nintendo. And the idea is like Microsoft, they're kind of suffering the worst in this area where they're having the most struggle making Xbox profitable. And there's just this idea that like, will Asha Sharma just lean into that and be like, fuck it? Like we can, the way we can justify further loss is if we can successfully disrupt the market. Because if they can do that, then that means they will permanently change the market forever in their favor. That's the most difficult thing to do. A lot of times, the only way a company can achieve that, though, is they have to kill other companies. That's usually the only, like, there is, at first, there's the disruption. The disruption is the catalyst for for basically, like, the death blow, where a company doesn't survive what comes next. And I feel like we saw Microsoft try that with Game Pass, dude, where they were like, come on, Sony, come on, look at us, look at this, look at it. Game Pass for $1, first party games, day and date, $1, $1. What are you going to do? Come on, you know you want to do it, Sony, take the bait. And people were saying, they were like yelling at Sony, like, Sony, what are you doing? You need to do it. And Sony was like, we're not doing that. That's bait. We're not doing that. It's like, why not? Because it'll kill our company. And I was trying to like call that. I'm like, dude, Microsoft knows that. Microsoft 100% knows that. They're hoping Sony takes the bait. You know, basically enters their game, plays by their rules, just to realize that these rules are stacked totally against you. And that was the point. That's why we constructed this game the way we did and made these rules what they are. And, you know, Microsoft would be able to withstand that. They'd be able to survive that because of the infinite amount of money they have. So, meanwhile, Sony's business model would fucking collapse within a year or two. So, it's just, that's why it's so fascinating to think, like, would Microsoft be willing to try that again, but maybe from a different angle, kind of like what we're talking about, where it's like, maybe we can hit them with the storefronts and the, if you think about it, like what you were saying, Cheese and Chainsaws, you're like, maybe Microsoft could offer like an 80-20 split. The idea that it's like, we want to become the best friend of developers. But that's what's crazy is Epic tried that, bro. Well, it was Epic Games that tried that, right? And it didn't work. Like, they still couldn't make it work, where it's like they offered a better split, right? And devs were still like, sorry, man, you guys have a better revenue split, but like Valve has the players. They have the numbers. They have the buyers. Cheese, you're saying Nintendo also only charges like $20 for 12 months for online. Yeah, that is true. But I mean, God, would people really pay for it if it was more than that? I'm going to laugh when they announce a price increase for that when the Duskbloods drops. And you're saying the only bait Sony fell for was the $4 billion for Bungie. I agree. They did fall for that. And luckily, it didn't ultimately do that much damage. Like, it could have been way worse. In the bigger picture of things, it could have been way worse. If they were stupid enough to make a bad investment for like $20 billion, I mean, you know, that could have been. But yeah, you're right. That's a good point. They did fall for that bait. And that's what it felt like. Looking back on it, that's exactly what it seemed like. Off topic, the Portal OLED is a thing. Apparently it is, yeah. Stop it. Boss, stop. No. Get down. Get. Come on. You can't be doing that. I don't know why he's... Talk about being disruptive. Check this out, though. There's this report from The Verge. It says Microsoft's new Xbox chief had a busy couple of months after promising return of Xbox. Asha Sharma met with publishers at GDC in March and has also been on the road visiting Microsoft's own game studios and product teams in recent weeks. Sharma, who used to work for Microsoft's Core AI division, is very much in learning mode and talking to as many people as she can before she makes strategic decisions on the future of Xbox. And Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, I don't mean for them to only offer 80-20. I mean for them to encourage that the market is that percentage, knowing it'll hurt everyone else. Dark arts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's another tactic, Microsoft. Not that exact one, not the 80-20 split, but essentially, like, I've felt that over the last like 6 to 7 years, even as somebody who plays on PlayStation and covers it on YouTube, where like so many of the things that Microsoft is doing, it would cause people to come out and be like, Sony's like the super anti-consumer one, and so is Nintendo. And it's like, and I remember I felt so much like I was trying to tell people like, guys, I get it, like go for the good deal while you can, but please don't believe Microsoft is actually trying to be a good guy Microsoft. It's like that's why I couldn't stand the Phil Spencer era, dude, because it's like there's no good guys here. They're all villains. They're all corporations. They're trying to hurt one another in any way they can, and a very effective way to do that is what if we can put on the big smile and come off as the friendly neighbor that just wants to always help you out. But in reality, it's like, you know, no, you're you're looking for the same end result, that the supposed bad guy is. Yeah, and you're gonna get there no matter what. That because if you now that's why when we talk about Valve, people don't view Valve the same way because Valve is the only one where it's like they do want more money. They do want to continue to, I'm assuming, grow, obviously, but they're just not, they're like, they're just on their own island, man, where it's like, yeah, we don't have any enemies. We're not in competition. And it's because they're not a publicly traded company. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It's why people respect Gabe Newell so much because it's just like whatever Gabe wants to do, he's going to do it. Nobody inside of Sony can operate that way. Nobody inside of Microsoft can operate that way. That's why people need to stop evangelizing Asha Sharma like they did Phil Spencer. It's like they don't control shit. It's why, like, even when I look at Hideaki Nishino and I'm like, maybe this guy gets it better, at the end of the day, I know that, like, he's at the mercy of the board of Sony. So it's like, I'm certain that somebody like Hideaki Nishino has certain things he would love to do for PlayStation, but some of them probably just aren't possible. Because if he presents it to the board, they're going to be like, did you hit your head this morning, Mr. Nishino? To whereas like Valve, Gabe can pretty much just be like, yeah, I want to do this. Let's do this. Because he owns 50% of the company. Like he's the one who built it, essentially. So, and it's like, well, what about the shareholders? That's the thing. For Valve, there is no shareholders. That's why I always say it would be so interesting to see a Sony that could operate that way. I would just be really curious to see what that would look like. Valve's competition is Microsoft. I mean, I don't think Valve views Microsoft as competition as much as they want to make sure they're always keeping them in check. You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's like, could there ever be somebody to threaten Valve? Microsoft probably would be the one. Realistically, at least that's my assumption. I mean, maybe PlayStation could, but I don't. There's always been this kind of thing between Valve and Microsoft, so it's like maybe they do view them as like low key competition. Like we always got to keep an eye on you. Geez, you're saying Gabe Newell, the common man's hero on his $1 billion yacht. I mean, dude, that's the irony of it too, right? Is like, I think what it is that no matter what, these people are getting rich, like they're getting rich and you're not. It's just the fact of the matter. But I think it's like there's one guy getting rich because he's just doing shit the way he wants to do it, how he wants to do it. And there is a kind of like, you can refund your game in less than 2 hours, or in 2 hours or less. Well, no questions asked. We will do crazy sales, the likes of which you've never seen with annual Steam sales. And, there's that guy getting rich. And then there's the business executive in a suit that, when he gives an interview is talking about, I don't know, how this game we just released is of the highest quality, like nothing else rival, I don't know. It's like when I was listening to that interview from Matt Booty the other day. It's like nothing you're saying matters even a little bit. And that's the problem. Like, that's the problem. Somebody left this comment and they were right. They were kind of clowning on me a little bit, but they were right. Where they're like, bro, why are you sitting, like, why is this guy sitting here saying he wishes Sony would do more of this? And it's because I was saying, like, oh, it would be cool to see Sony do, hear Herman Hulst come out and talk more about, like, you know, their shows that they want to do and the process of him going around the studios. But I'm like, yeah, no, that is a stupid thing for me to say because, like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, you're not in charge of anything. It's the illusion of, like, you're in charge of something. You're not in charge of anything. At least it really comes off to me that way. Where it's like there are marching orders that come from the top. And you're the, you're like the Sith apprentice, so to speak. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, I think Microsoft offers the same refund policy. I don't think so. If that's true, I don't hear anybody talking about it, and nobody gives a shit. How sad would that be? Microsoft's like, but we did the thing. Moore's Law thinks that they will make Steam a nightmare to use on Project Helix, and that way they make people use their own storefront. Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't agree. If that's true, I don't agree with that at all, because to me, that the whole thing with Helix is like, first off, if it's as expensive as we think it's going to be, not that many people are going to buy it. A portion of those people are going to want to buy it for Steam. If they find out that it's just hard to use Steam on it, just be like, well, why the fuck would I buy it? Why wouldn't I just buy the box, that being like a regular PC that's going to be easy to use Steam on, And Cheese, you're saying I've got refunds before after a few hours played. Really? That's good. Well, that's good. I mean, hopefully, if Microsoft, there's like all these rumblings that Microsoft wants to take on Valve, like more seriously, like they really want to take on Steam. And I'm like, if they're serious about that, especially on the PC side of things, they're going to have to be super aggressive on that front. So if they're doing that, that's a good step forward for them. And Sony should do that shit too. Tell you, man, this is why I guess I don't really think about refunds too much when it comes to digital because I don't really buy digital, That's one of the great things is like, dude, it's not often, but there have been times where I've ordered a game from Amazon and had to return it or wanted to return it. And it's like, is the game opened and used? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, okay, no problem. We just need to know. You can return it. And I'm like, and I'm not going to lie. Like, dude, there was one time I was like after a fucking week. Now, I'm not saying I sat there and I played the entire game and I beat it and like I'm returning and get my money back. I didn't do that. I'm not interested in doing that. I mean, I'm interested in games I buy. To be honest, I don't remember why I returned. I think I just didn't like it at all. I tried to like it, and after a week, I'm like, what the fuck, this game? I can't remember which game it was. I have to look it up. But I do explicitly remember, like, I was shocked at like, wait, I can just return it. Now, granted, there's a little bit of an extra process because it's a physical item. So like I think you can ask UPS to come pick it up and you get like $5 deducted, or you can like take it to an Amazon drop-off point. And Starfield Halo campaign avowed. But I just remember being like, wow, that's kind of crazy. Like, presumably you could buy a game from Amazon physically, open it, play it for a fucking week, and just be like, I'm gonna return this. And they seemingly will let you. I think if you kept doing it, obviously, they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't do this. This isn't a rental service. That's what GameFly's for. But I thought that was kind of like, that's another reason I'm like, yeah, I'm not worried about, me personally, I'm not worried about the digital storefront return policy yet, because it's like physical games, bro. And Amazon's got me covered on that front. But if it was to a point where I went digital only, like, yeah, I would really want to fucking hope that if my only means to buy games is digitally, there's a damn good refund policy. Because if not, I'm going to be really fucking stingy about what I buy and don't buy. Cheese, you're saying it's up to 14 days to refund with certain hours played. And that's fair to me. Yeah, I think the certain hours played is fair. You know, like if you booted up a game like 3 times within 14 days and have less than an hour played, yeah, I think it literally it tells you, the data tells you like you were not taking advantage of anything. You just tried playing this game a couple times and just wasn't feeling it. Here's your money back. That makes sense to me. That's how it should be. That's how it should be across all digital storefronts, I think. Because what's wrong with that? All right. You got stick drift on 5 controllers, and I always buy a new one on Amazon, and then start a return and send the broken one back. Fuck, man. That's some shady shit. I don't feel bad for Amazon though. I mean, like I don't know. I am kind of that kind of person where like oh my god, Amazon lost money in a non-ethical way. Boo hoo. Like I'm not Jeff Bezos. Like what if I don't give a shit? Like I'm not encouraging it. I'm just saying, well, I don't give a fuck, dude. It's like oh my god, like somebody stole like all this fucking product from Amazon, and that's just money lost. It's like that's not good. It's not good to steal. You shouldn't steal. But I'm not going to shed any tears for fucking Amazon. You know, it's like come on, man. But you know, I want to be ethical about it. Ghetto God could be doing worse things. That's all I'm saying. How dare you, Ghetto God? How dare you? All right, let me go back to this. It says some of the decisions. Hold on. So some of the decisions Asha Sharma is going to make will be made very soon. Sources at Xbox tell me Asha Sharma has been looking closely at Game Pass pricing recently with a view to offering a wider range of pricing models. Sharma admitted, quote, Game Pass has become too expensive for players in an internal memo sent earlier this week. Game Pass is central to gaming value on Xbox. It's also clear that the current model isn't the final one. Player behavior, content, economics, and market vary too much for a single approach to work everywhere. Short-term Game Pass has become too expensive for players, so we need a better value equation. Long-term, we will evolve Game Pass into a more flexible system, which will take time to test and learn around. I understand. So this is Tom Warren from The Verge saying, I understand one potential option under consideration is a Game Pass subscription tier that only includes games from Microsoft's own Xbox studios. This would fall under the more flexible system that Sharma hints at. Bundles could also help here. I reported in February that Microsoft is looking for ways to bundle third-party services with Game Pass subscriptions. Netflix's co-CEO Greg Peters told The Information last month that he and Asha Sharma had kicked around ideas for partnering on subscription bundles. While new Game Pass bundles could help grow sub numbers and revenue in the future, Sharma is also promising to address the value equation of Game Pass. Rumors suggested Microsoft could remove Call of Duty from Game Pass to help sub costs, but it's unlikely that the company would remove existing games from subscribers. One potential option Microsoft is considering is not adding future Call of Duty titles to Game Pass. The debate over Call of Duty and Game Pass has been an intense one internally at Xbox for a few years now. So Sharma will face a tough decision here that could expose some of the core issues of Microsoft's previous Xbox strategy. Exposed. They're going to expose it. They're going to expose themselves to Xbox players. Let's see. It continues by saying, speaking of previous strategies, Sharma also quickly reversed Microsoft's "This is an Xbox" marketing campaign last month. That's bullshit. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. She didn't do that. That's so stupid. Like, how stupid do these companies think people are? Wait, hold on. Come on, man. Like, no, they fucking fired Sarah Bond, and they were clearly already decided that they were getting rid of this. They're just giving the credit to Asha Sharma because she's the new person in charge. They got to make it seem like she knows. She's very smart. She didn't know a fucking thing about gaming, but even she knew. I don't know. Maybe she did know. maybe it is that simple. She came in. She's like, "Well, you guys retarded? Like, what are you talking about?" I love that idea. I love the idea that Asha Sharma literally just came and was like, that you can get rid of that, you dumb bitches. I don't know. Maybe she is cool. Let's see. It says Asha retired that this is an Xbox because it didn't feel like Xbox, said an unnamed Microsoft spokesperson. She's personally leading a reset of how we show up as a brand. Roundhouse that shit. Get that Phil Spencer trash out of my face. So she's not smart because she's a woman. Exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Cheese and chainsaws. She's a woman, therefore lacking in intelligence. Oh, did you think I was going to say no? No, that's exactly what I meant. That was exactly the insinuation. I'm glad you picked up on it. Just like Herman Hulst. Herman Hulst doesn't know what he's doing because he's Dutch. How are you gonna put a Dutch guy in charge of anything? Expect it not to get destroyed. I'm just kidding. I am kidding. Come on, guys. Come on. My question is if Asha Sharma's actually cool in the sense that I love how, dude, somebody in the chat, that's fair. Is that fair? Is that fair? Is that fair? I like the idea that Asha Sharma may, like, what if she is the one, dude? She's like the Neo of Xbox. How about like, hey, no bad speaking about the Dutch. I have no issues with the Dutch. I have no issues with the Dutch. I have no quarrel with the Dutch. No, to be honest, man, I want to see Asha Sharma come out. I want to see Asha Sharma come out and like I want to know if she's actually about to make decisions that like an actual fan would make. Because that's what they're setting this up as, dude. And that's what blows my mind. I keep coming back to it. I mean, this is just the latest report from The Verge, but we keep coming back to where like there's this kind of like, oh, she might be getting ready to do it. It's like, do what? You know. Are you talking about exclusivity? Maybe. Better Game Pass pricing? Maybe. Try to make Xbox great again? Maybe. They're going to break out the green hats, say make Xbox great again? Great marketing strategy. That's what I would do if I was part of Xbox marketing. It would just go swimmingly, wouldn't it? But like, it's interesting to me that they're setting her up like this. And it's like, there's no way, right? It can't be that way. Can it? But that's the thing. It's kind of like what Cheese and Chainsaws was saying earlier too. Like, if they're going into next gen with a completely new, like, okay, this is the Xbox disruption strategy 3.0. This is the new way we're going to disrupt the market. Then it's possible they could do many different things that are just like, wait, what? Nobody thought they would ever even think about buying Activision Blizzard, and yet they just did. Nobody thought that they would go from trying to sell you exclusive games at the end of the Xbox One generation unsuccessfully to we're just going to let you access all of our games for $1. The irony is that nothing has worked, and that's why I still can't get over this. Like, well, what? Why do they think things are going to work now? You know? Like, why do they think it's going to work now? MVG, do you want to see Xbox and PlayStation competing again? I mean, I would like to see that. Yeah, I've been wanting to see that for a long time. I don't know. Like, I guess what I'm starting to realize is there is a difference between disruption in the name of we're trying to overturn a business model and oust a business model in favor of our preferred business model, there's a difference between that and just competition in the sense that, like, kind of like the competition that Microsoft brought to the table with the first few Xboxes, where it's like, we're going to try to play Sony's game and beat them at their own game. And not just Sony's game, Nintendo's game, and what was once Sega's game, and so on and so forth. Like, and it wasn't until the middle of the Xbox One gen, it wasn't until the Phil Spencer era that they're like, we're going to try to disrupt shit. And I do wonder if Asha Sharma's going to, I mean, she might be like Phil Spencer 2.0, where it's like new and improved. Like she's going to be the one that like, no, we're really going to disrupt shit now. I'm going to finish what Phil started. I don't know. It doesn't read that way necessarily, but Raven, you're saying Satya Nadella is still the CEO of Microsoft. He wants continued growth. There's no 180 where every single game is exclusive to the box alone. Yeah, I don't know how she would justify that to, like, again, unless Satya Nadella did give her, like, money isn't a thing. Turn the brand around. If it really is that, where he, like, maybe, I don't know, Satya, but yeah, that's also antithetical to everything Microsoft has been doing and achieving. Again, I did say this on my last stream. I'll just reiterate it once again. Sorry if I sound like a broken record, but it's like, it is possible that they could have made the decision where it's like, we're going to go back to not caring about Xbox as much. Because I did hear this thing recently. Who was it? Was it Moore's Law is Dead that I heard it from? It may have been that's who I heard. I can't remember. It may have been him. Somebody was saying recently that, like, Microsoft internally is becoming aware that everybody kind of hates them now. Or something like that, where, like, they are starting to, like, really relax on, like, okay, Windows is on the verge of being in some kind of trouble because people hate AI and they hate Copilot. Xbox, obviously, I mean, everything we've seen speaks for itself. It is possible that there could have been a fundamental shift at the very top of Microsoft with Satya Nadella and the board, where they're like, we need to reset. We need to actually reset. And I don't know. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying it's only incels that are triggered by her MBG. I say fair play to her. She probably is a millionaire in her mid-20s, or was a millionaire by her mid-20s, considering the position she had. The damn incels, always getting mad. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. The only thing that read to me when we first heard Asha Sharma was becoming the head of Xbox as, like, oh, I don't know about that, it is the fact that she had no experience in gaming. But, and, there was this whole thing of, like, does she play games? And there was that awkward thing where it's like she created an account and played games for a little bit to try to get familiar with them. And I'm like, I guess at the end of the day, like, yeah, you don't have to be a player of video games to run a successful video game business. You just don't. That's proven all around the industry. But I think what makes it a little bit more complicated for Xbox specifically is it's like all of their marketing is basically, it centers around, like, a parasocial type relationship with their fans. And it's like, it seems really hard to do that with a non-gamer in the driver's seat. But I don't know. At the rate things are going, they seem to be pulling it off. And yeah, I'm more interested in, like, I want to judge Asha Sharma by, like, how like the decision she actually makes. Not, I don't want to have preconceived notions per se of, like, well, she's coming from AI, so she's going to ruin it with AI, or she's a non-gamer, so she's not going to know what to do. I don't want to let that get in the way, because the reality is it's exactly that. 90% of Sony's boardroom are shared. Dude, we just saw an interview with Hiroki Totoki where he was asked, I think he was a little bit caught off guard maybe, but he was, like, asked, like, so, like, do you play PlayStation games? And he was like, no. He didn't say it like that, but he's like, no, I play Xbox games. I play Ekabaka games. But he straight up did admit, like, no, he doesn't play games. It would have been surprising if he said he did, because he doesn't look like the type. He doesn't seem like the type. But that's the reality, man. It's like that guy who said that for Sony. He probably doesn't even know how to play a video game. You know? So we'll see, right? I mean, we're gonna find out Herman doesn't play video games next. I've been clowning on Herman so much. I don't want to. I want to like Herman, dude. I did like him before. I need to see him make some moves, bro. I need to see Herman come out and flex a little bit, you know? If he can do that sometime soon, he'll earn some respect back from me. I just feel like he's lost a lot of it in recent years. But that's true. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people making these decisions, they don't even know how to hold a controller, dude. Moore's Law says he thinks Asha is good. Well, let me read the last part of this here. It says, despite the marketing efforts and explanation to cloud and PC, how Xbox shows up as a brand is still predominantly through console hardware. In recent weeks, Sharma has switched the focus back to console. She instructed Xbox engineering teams to work on highly requested features in early March, including a cleaner Xbox guide and custom colors across the UI. This delighted fans that had been waiting years to disable quick resume on a per game basis. The ability to ship those changes also delighted Xbox engineering lead Eden Marie, who posted on X in early March that it's been a long time since I felt this energized at work. It's no surprise that Xbox engineers love shipping features to millions of fans who will use them immediately instead of having to work on an Xbox mobile store that never shipped. Sharma looks set to continue making an even bigger Xbox platform investment with the next-gen Project Helix console on the horizon. In her internal memo this week, Sharma lays out what she's learned about the Xbox platform. Quote, this is what she said. It's clear that our ambitions require deeper investment in the Xbox platform foundations than we've made before. Today, we operate across dozens of surfaces, pipelines, and release models without a shared code repository or common data foundation. As a result, quality and speed too often depend on heroics instead of systems. We also lack consistent infrastructure for experimentation, attribution, and learning, making it hard to know what's working and improve quickly. On the product side, our front end is a set of experiences built at different times, where discovery, relevance, and social are not first class, and players have to work to find what to do next or who to play with. The solution to these Xbox issues is a deep investment in engineering and data foundations, according to Sharma. I'd expect it also means a more unified Xbox UI across console, PC, and cloud. I'm just trying to see if there's any other actual like insider info coming from this. No. Okay. So it seems like the only actual thing that was like new info that was brought to the table here by Michael, stop it. Stop it. The only new thing that was brought to the table, I think, is that they're looking to maybe do new tiers for Game Pass, one of which will be like a first party only tier. Somebody says I seriously scored a PS5 Pro at Goodwill. What? Only $280? Take the plates off, see what's inside, bro. I was a Herman defender until the Hunter's Gathering reveal. Damn, Smurf, that sucks. That was really recent. Herman really let you down very recently. You were holding out. I want to go see real quick. You guys were telling me that there's like beef on Twitter between Moore's Law is Dead and Kepler L2. Let me see what I can find. So far, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, hold on. I see one thing popping up. Looks like Zubitech maybe was the one covering this. Okay, so yeah. All right. Kepler L2 says Moore's Law is dead is incorrect about PlayStation 6 ray tracing performance. Kepler L2 says PS6 ray tracing will be 3 times faster ray tracing, not 10 times, than the PS5, like Moore's Law is dead said. Quote, I've explained this before, but Moore's Law is dead is misinterpreting AMD documentations and performance. He thinks if a slide says Orion 10 times ray tracing performance versus Oberon, it means you can look at the PS5 running a game at 30 FPS, multiply that by 10 times, and compare it with a 5090 doing, let's say, 200 FPS and conclude PS6 greater than 5090. If we take AMD's most optimistic estimate for PS6 performance of 3 times raster and 10 times ray tracing, we would get on PS6. Unfortunately, there's no performance data for everything else in the frame. All right, so hold on. Is Moore's Law... Let me see. I'm assuming Moore's Law is dead responded if... Oh, you're right. They are kind of beefing. They are kind of beefing, dude. Moore's Law is dead. Says 2 hours ago, PS6 can achieve the numbers AMD claims. RDNA 4 did it before. 1, AMD claimed RDNA 4 doubles the ray tracing of RDNA 3. 2, the RX 9060 XT is nearly the same as the RX 7600 XT. Numbers don't lie. Anyone who acts like the PlayStation 6 can't, in some scenarios, do 10 times the performance of the PS5 must have missed RDNA 4 benchmarks last year. AMD's already proven their GPUs can attain the ray tracing increases they claim in documents. AMD claims massive improvements for RDNA 5 documents, just like they did with RDNA 4. I have these documents, clearly unlike some people. Furthermore, if you think Sony's first-party devs will not build their games to maximize the strengths of the PS6, you're an idiot or desperate to start flame wars for attention. Microsoft devs will do the same for Helix too. The case is closed. And then Kepler L2 quote tweeted it and said, you heard it here first. PS6 will run Spider-Man 2 at 720 FPS. Oh man, dude. Okay. There's some beef. Moore's Law is dead. Replied to that saying Spider-Man is nothing like Alan Wake 2 path tracing, and you really don't understand gaming hardware if you think they're comparable. In fact, I have explicitly listed Spider-Man as an example of the game that's the opposite of the example I outlined above in multiple podcasts. Again, if you actually listen to what I've said, you've already known that. Furthermore, Spider-Man was built for PS5, not PS6. These straw man arguments are making you look dumber and dumber. Quit while you're behind. Otherwise, when Mark Cerny walks on stage and shows off the PS6, people will ask you why you said the PS6 will be bad at ray tracing and why you said PS6 has RDNA 1. Kepler says, where did I say PS6 will be bad at ray tracing or that it'll use RDNA 1? Wow, this is crazy. You weren't kidding. I think it was Venino who first told me that. I didn't think they were actually beefing. I thought it was just like something stupid, like they were just having contradicting statements. I didn't think they were actually beefing. Both sound stupid. I mean, 10 times is horseshit. I mean, to me, it always kind of comes down to the reason why I remember when the PS5 was coming out, man, I got really lost in the sauce of the spec talk. And I appreciate it. Like, I appreciate people who dive deep into this shit. And A lot of it just goes over my head. Some of it I understand. A lot of it I'm like, what? um, and I have to like really dig into it to try to understand what's going on. But if there's one thing I learned with the PlayStation 5 is that the specs mattered so much until they just didn't. And the thing that made those specs not matter at all were just I don't even it wasn't just the games, it was just the way people felt when they looked at the games, you know? You think Kepler L2 is right here? I mean, I just it's funny because it's like my assumption going into the PS6 is what Mark Cerny's going to tell me is like ray tracing will look much better. And in some cases, there might even be a little bit of path tracing if developers are able to squeeze that much out of the PS. Okay, he probably won't word it that way, but he'll just say some shit like that, you know? But in reality, it's going to be like, cool, cool, cool. Uh, so what's that going to look like? And then it's like, Sony's going to come out and be like, here's Venom, uh, fully optimized by Insomniac to here's what it's going to look like on a PS6 at 30 frames. And it's like, okay, I don't 3 times, 10 times, I don't give a shit. Looks great. Like it's either going to be that or it's going to be that looks just like Spider-Man 2. And this is where it almost to me it gets into a bigger, more important discussion, which is like I understand like, this is what these guys, they're hardware leakers. They're going to beef about the really nitty-gritty specs 3 times, 10 times. How good is it really going to be 3 times raster? What's going to matter to me is this. Sony's going to come out with the PlayStation 6 reveal event, and they're going to show us a handful of first-party games running natively on the PlayStation 6, and the reaction is going to it's not going to be in the middle. It can't be. We're at this point. We are at this point now where it's like people are either going to go, oh my God, holy shit, do you see what this game looks like? Or some of these games look like. It's either that or they're going to be like, I mean, they don't look bad, but I feel like some PS5 Pro games look like this. I don't think there's an in-between here. And I think that does come down to me, that's less about the specifications and that's more about the talent at PlayStation Studios. Like, are they going to be able to pull it off? Because I'll tell you what, I was here. I watched the presentation from Mark Cerny with the PS5 Pro, and it's like people were like, I'm not seeing the difference. Sony cannot have that happen with the PS6. Cheese and Chainsaws are saying PS6 gen going to be only ray tracing, need path tracing. If I understand correctly, there will be some games on the PS6, not all of them, of course, but some games that will actually be able to utilize some level of path tracing. I could be wrong about that, though. You're saying, remember the PS5 UE demo, LOL, don't fall for the demos. Yeah, I'll buy into that for the sake of like, oh, but yeah, no, you're not wrong about that, man. I remember that in the Matrix demo, and it's like, yeah, we didn't like, don't get me wrong, there are things that get close to this, but this is, yeah, no, man, it's not that good. Like, we haven't seen shit like, it's funny because looking at some of that stuff, like the Matrix Awakens demo and looking at that the first UE5 demo, it almost feels like that's kind of like what you would expect with PS6 at this point, which would be great, to be fair. Like, that would be great. But yeah, maybe the assumption is if they lead with an Unreal Engine 5 demo again, we might want to assume that's for the PS7. You want to see what PS6 is going to look like? Go watch the Matrix Awakens demo. It's going to be that at 60 frames, which is fucking great. In my opinion, that's great. I don't know though. Like, yeah, the idea of graphics wowing people this gen or with the next gen, I don't know. I don't know. I think we are at a point where everybody, to a small extent, is getting a little bit lost in the sauce because there's no guidance here. We haven't heard from Mark Cerny about the PS6. We haven't seen any marketing. We don't. There's so much we don't know, man. And the only thing I know with certainty that I've reiterated over and over again, anytime we talk about next gen, is that Sony's gonna have one chance, one chance to really convince people. I said this on my Twitter the other day, saying, but games look better. Sparky, you're saying you're probably a few games. You're right. A few games with 30 FPS modes, path tracing, especially updated PS5 games. Well, I put this out on my Twitter the other day. And hold on, I'm seeing if there's more beef. No, looks like the beef is over for now. I said, if I could bring it up, I said it feels like no one is considering how they will feel about the PlayStation 6 if it has an awesome reveal. If the price of the next gen console is going to be higher than previous gens, there's a fairly good chance Sony's aware they'll have to do a lot more to convince people to buy in. And I do believe that. To me, that is the simplest logic of all, where if Sony's going to come out and be like, yeah, dude, we are going to, we're going to have to charge like $200 more than even the PS5 right now for the launch of the PS6. It's like, you're going to have to you have to up the ante big time. You have to go all out to win people over. I don't know. I have not a single idea. I mean, I have ideas. I speculate those ideas. I can't say that I'm leaning in any one direction where it's like they're going to go PS6 exclusives. Everything's going to be cross-gen. But, my question is this. How are they, if the only hope Sony has to convince people the PS6 is worth it is to blow people's fucking minds with how good games look, then the only way they'll be able to achieve that is by telling the devs, your game's just PS6. Don't worry. Like, you don't have to scale anything. Just get this shit on the PS6 and fucking crank that shit to 11. Do we really think that's what they're going to do? I mean, I think a lot of people say, no, they're not going to do that. They're absolutely not going to do that. So then it's like, all right, what's the alternative? Cross-gen. Okay, if it's cross-gen, how are you going to crank that shit to 11? We don't. Well, then if you don't, how do you know that's going to be good enough to convince people? There's a catch-22. Like, the problem with the PS6 is no matter which angle you look at it from, there's a catch-22. This is the difference between the PS6 and the PS5. There was the only catch-22 at the PS5 was one that nobody expected, which was the pandemic and the shortage. Outside of that, there was no catch-22. The mission statement was clear. SSD, instant load times, 60 FPS every game, higher resolutions, higher frame rates, faster, near instant load times, haptic feedback. It's like, and the system doesn't sound like a fucking jet engine. Boom, 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 boom. Like, these are all like really solid selling points where it's like, okay. PS6 is all like, we already have all that on PS5. PS6 coming out saying those things is not going to do anything for anybody. So what is the next leap? Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Street Fighter looks good. It knows what it is, pure cheese, and is going full on into it like the games. Maximilian Dude got flown out to the set. I've been seeing the trailer advertised everywhere. Actually haven't sat down and watched it yet. Maybe I'll check that out. I saw like 2 clips of it. I don't know. I'll have to watch it. Maybe the trailer will win me over. I don't know. I've been kind of like falling out of the movie and show stuff that's happening with games. I feel like it's happening. Like, everything's getting a movie, everything's getting a show to a point where it's like, I don't even know. I can't even keep up with this shit anymore. Like, there's another Mortal Kombat movie coming out. There's a Tomb Raider movie coming. You know, one movie we haven't heard of though, and I think it might just be canceled, is the Ghost of Tsushima movie. There's been no update on that, and a Days Gone movie. These were supposedly movies that we were going to get. Now I'm thinking we're not. Neutral Zone, you're saying with how bad they've been with their first party games, why trust them next gen and graphics won't be better than this one, and they're still going to sell it as more expensive and people will buy it? I mean, there is always that possibility, Neutral Zone. There is that possibility that it's like, we're not trying to blow your mind with graphics here. We're just banking on you're going to want to upgrade. The games will look good, and don't get me wrong, they'll look very good on PS6, but it's like, yeah, they're just, it's not a next gen leap. It's not, it was never going to look that way. They might just be okay with settling with that. But that's super risky. It's like, what? My intuition is telling me, like, you need to fucking go, bro. Like, you need to act like this is your, this is the make or break moment. To me, that's how I would be treating this if I was in charge. But, I would be surrounded by a lot of other people that would be offering many different strategy options that maybe some things they would think of and present would be more convincing. MVG, the PC deals with this problem successfully all the time. PCs like mine and 12-year-old shitboxes both can play the same games, configurability and scalability. Agreed, but I guess the difference here, though, Titus, is that is a potential solution for this, problem seemingly that is arising, the catch-22. The only difference I would say here, though, is that, like, in the PC space, it's always very much come off as like, you don't have to do shit. That's totally fine. Like, you can stay on your 12-year-old shitbox and it's totally fine. Do what you want. I feel like Sony could treat the PS5 that way, but what does that mean for their business model? I keep coming back to this. I know I keep repeating a lot of the same points, but it's like, what does that mean for your business? Because it's, it's much more important for Sony than it is for me that they sell PS6s. If the PS6 gets off to a horrible sales start, that doesn't really affect me at all. I'd still buy a PS6, still enjoy it, but it's just like PS3 buyers in the early days. Like, it didn't affect them necessarily. It's like, you can still enjoy the PS3 in all its glory. But Sony was like, oh my God, like, why aren't people buying this? And their business model was under complete threat. And that's where I just wonder, like, again, they could just absorb the PS5, dude. They could absorb the PS5, and it's like the PS5 is part of next gen. And Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying $900 PS6 with $90 games. Let's go. Sony number one. Hell yeah, bro. Give me that $900 PS6 with that $90. I love how it's not even $80. You cranked it $20, bro. You know what? If they do charge $80 as a standard, it will be 90. 48 hours, early access, digital deluxe edition, $90, Bloodborne remaster by Nixus. There you go. I'd buy it. No, I wouldn't. Sony, fuck you. I'm not buying shit. Don't even think about it. I'll leave. I'll do it. Go ahead. Release Fairgames as a PS6 launch title. Oh, man. Geez, you're saying, is it? It's important people stay on their ecosystem. So PS4 and PS5 players are spending money on their storefront. I mean, dude, that's... I was looking at that GTA data, and I'm like, there's just that many people on GTA alone, bro, on PS4. And what, 4 million on Fortnite? I am starting to think. I really am. Like, I said a moment ago that I don't know which way to lean, but when I think about that, again, if I was at Sony, if I was in Hideaki Nishino's position, I would have all this presented in front of me. There would literally be people coming in presenting this to me and informing me of everything. I'd be the most you have to assume whatever decision Hideaki Nishino is going to make, he's going to be the most well-informed individual on the planet about this shit, right? It's like, okay, there's literally 6 million people alone on the PS4 playing the 2 most popular multiplayer games, and they're not fucking leaving. We're just gonna have to embrace the fact that the PlayStation ecosystem is 4 through 6. And then down the line, eventually people will leave PS4. Eventually. That 6 million will go down to 4 million. That 4 million will go down to 2 million. That 2 million will go down to 1 million. And then it's just PS5 and 6. Maybe 5 through 7. This might just have to be the way they do it going forward. And maybe that does make the most sense. Plastic slash PVC is also going up in price. Oh, shit. Digital Foundry said the PS6 will be niche like the Xbox. I mean, a potential strategy for Sony that could work very well for them is it could be like, all right, the PS4 is not, they're not selling PS4s anymore. The PS4 is something where we're going to support it just so we don't lose that engagement and don't lose that money, but we're not going to encourage it. The PS5 is going to be the affordable box. It's an affordable box that almost 100 million people already have. And what that will mean is the PlayStation 6 will ultimately be, this is the premium, and maybe it will be more niche. This is the premium. We're going to charge the shit out of you. Like you're high roller basically in PlayStation. You're going to buy everything. You're going to eat it all up. And that's where they're going to get their highest profit margins. And they could treat it that way, but the risk associated with that is that they would have no choice but to accept sales are going to be way lower. And if sales are lower, if it's intentionally done and it's calculated and it's, they were prepared for it. If they do that, then I guess all would be well. All would be fine, right? But I would have to see that to believe it, because I would just be shocked. I would be totally fine with that, by the way. I would be totally, like, if Sony wanted to take the more premium route, we're going to give you great shit and a lot of shit. It's going to be expensive. I'm okay with that. Hopefully I can afford it. But, it's like, yeah, I would prefer that as like a hardcore fan than, we had to fucking cut 15 corners to put this little tiny box out so we can make sure little Jimmy is going to beg his mom to upgrade to the PS6 for Fortnite on the PS6. Like, I definitely don't like that route. That to me, that's not the better route. And Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying why Valve doesn't care what you play on PC wise. Players buy games on their store. Actually, they accommodate lower end players. They are making a Steam machine. Yeah, and I saw like some people were saying like the Steam machine, they're going to be like aiming for 1080p gaming. Like, that's fascinating to me. But maybe that is the smarter play. And if that's really where we are, then like, yeah, Sony I think will have to. The PS5 just might be the play here, man. And it doesn't have to be bad, but it just means, yeah, Sony might have to just embrace like the PlayStation 5 is here to stand right alongside the PS6 for the next decade. And I'm not talking like the PS4 did to the PS5. I mean, Sony treats the PS5 like, we didn't forget about you, little buddy. Like, you're just as important to what we're doing here. Because Sony very much treated the PS4 like, we want you to leave. Please go. Please leave. And they're going to encourage people to leave PS5, of course, but I think they're going to walk a more like a tighter rope here. Where it's like, yeah, please upgrade to the PS6, but if you're going to PS5, don't worry, we got you. We got you. We ain't leaving you behind. But we want you to upgrade to PS6. Again, they're going to want it both ways. PS3 exclusives are your favorite games. How can you abandon the best games ever made? We were just talking about that earlier, how I don't think Sony's ever going back to that, bro. If we're high rollers, I want exclusives. And that's fair too, right, Michael? That's a fair thing to ask. The PS6 shouldn't be treated like a pro console. I mean, that's kind of the awkward part of it, you know. It would feel like that if they bring on the PS5 with them, like I'm insinuating they will. Uh, you kind of are treating the PS6 as like a PS5 Pro, Pro 2, the actual PS5 Pro. You don't mind the price as long as it's good. I prefer the same as you, MBG, but I don't know how that doesn't destroy the console model and kick off the beginning of the end. I mean, I the only thing I can think, Josh, is that it's a long-term play where it's like we're okay with the bulk of PS6 sales coming in the second half of the generation, you know? Like between 2027 and 2031, it's scraping, you know, like it's barely they're struggling to even get to like 40 million, but maybe there's some kind of maybe it happens in 2031, maybe it happens in 2032, but there's a major economic shift. Things are changing. I mean, if there's something we've learned in the last 5 to 6 years, is a lot can change in a short period of time, good and bad. Maybe things turn around economically, you know, and suddenly it's like we can drop the price of the PS6 by $250 permanently, you know, and the price of the PS5 we could stop manufacturing PS5s, you know, like we're ready to relaunch the PS6. They could absolutely do that. And maybe that is the play, man. Maybe they have to do that. You know, maybe the best play for Sony is treat the console extremely conservatively for as long as you need to. Because if you think about it, right? If Sony, if the economy, not just the economy, but like if Sony is at a point where by the year 2032, they can't lower the price of the PS6 and it either stays as expensive as it is or it just continues to rise, then Sony will be forced. Like they have no choice at that point. Your model's changing. You can't, it's not even by their choice. It's like it's forcibly changing. You know what I'm saying? So they could just take that conservative approach in the hopes that down the line things will change for the better. And if they do, they can then soft relaunch the PS6 again. Forced to upgrade if games don't look better would be stupid if they actually go generations over last gen, cross gen arc. Either it's next gen or not. I mean, I think about. I'm gonna be more curious to see what you guys think than anything. I mean, I'm gonna have my own opinions, of course, when we first see the PlayStation 6 revealed, the first PlayStation 6 games. I'm gonna care about this, obviously, and I'm gonna have my opinions. But the thing that I do know is that the difference between me and most other people is like I don't really do it this way, but it's like under what condition do I not get a PS6 at launch? Under no condition. That would literally hurt my channel here. You know, that would hurt my own business that I'm trying to conduct here. So I have the greatest justification, you know, where it's like a PS6 is non-negotiable for me. And that's fine. Doesn't mean I won't give my honest opinions on it, but it just means, yeah, I'm getting one. I'm more interested in hearing what you guys have to say when it happens because I'm curious. Like I know a lot of people here, I'm assuming everybody here has a PS5. And it's like if I start to see more and more people are like, I'm not getting a PS6. Like after it's revealed, they're like, I'm not getting it. That's going to be interesting to me because I'm like, oh, okay. Like these are you guys are these are the hardcore. I mean, I'm a hardcore fan too, but like you guys don't have, like I could if I wanted to say I'm not getting a PS6, but it's like it would like I'd be saying I want to hurt my channel purposely, you know, like. But I don't know, man. I'm just curious to see how many people here are like, yeah, no, they didn't win me over. Or it could be opposite. A lot of people that are going to come out and be like, no, just get a Helix. I'm going to get a Helix. I'm going to get a Helix, yeah. Can we take bets on the color scheme of the PS6? You want to place some bets? I'm placing a bet on it's going to be black and white two-tone. 80% black, 20% white. It's going to be kind of the reverse of the PS5. I bet what am I going to bet? I don't know what to bet. Cheese and Chainsaws are saying, I mostly play PC now. PlayStation this gen, I've lost interest in some of their first party. Depending on what game's shown, PSX may be a wait or even skip, to be honest. I think a lot of people have that feeling. I mean, my understanding based off of my understanding of first party PlayStation studios, the most likely launch games, at least from first party, I can't talk about second party or third party deals. Venom, a new Astrobot, Gran Turismo 8, potentially Media Molecule's new game. Who else? Who else would be ready to go? Maybe Naughty Dog's second game as a launch window title, which could be Uncharted. This is basically what I'm looking at here.
That's the catch-22, isn't it? If the sales are light for half the PS6 gen, then studios would rely on PS5 sales, resulting no reason for PPL to buy PS6.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely catch-22, Moonshot. No matter which angle they come from. Oh yeah, that's another Mr. B. Thank you. You're saying Fire Sprite, Until Dawn 2. I mean, that game's been in development for many years now, so that could be announced. Every single PlayStation generation, even the PS5, it's like there had to be strong reasons to upgrade. And even with the PlayStation 5, I'll always make the argument, like, there's a reason why when they showed, it's like, look at how different this is. This isn't the DualShock 5. This is the DualSense. Right? Even something like that, it conveys a clear message like, this is very different. This is next gen. Psychologically, anyway. It's just interesting to think that even something like that, a giant behemoth of a box that looks nothing like the PS4, looks nothing like any previous PlayStation console. It's like people look at that shit and they're like, I don't give a fuck that Horizon Forbidden West is on PS4. I want my P5, bro. There was a lot of marketing. Jim Ryan was a marketing guy, by the way. There was a lot of marketing that went into the PS5 from top to bottom to just implant in people's brains like, this is next gen. And that's why, truthfully, the conversation around the PS5, even though there were cross-gen games, it wasn't like this. Also, because it was affordable. It was you could get a fucking PS5 digital for $400. All these things worked so well for the PlayStation 5, and none of those things are going to work for the PS6, dude. That's the catch-22, Moonshot. None of those things are going to, like, here's the DualSense 2. You get to twist it and tweak it. You get to do different things to it now. Here's a much simpler looking box. I don't know. Maybe Sony could approach the PS6 as the PS4 too, bro. It's a PS4 again. Jim Ryan was a genius. He built up PlayStation in Europe. I mean, people give Jim Ryan a lot of flack, but yeah, no, he was basically solely responsible for PlayStation's utter dominance in Europe. Yeah. That's why he moved. That's how he worked his way up the ladder, dude. Sony was like, holy shit, what's this guy doing? Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying PS5 gen, I only played DS2, LOL, PlayStation IP is losing me? Damn, really? I mean, I'm curious. I feel like the second half of this gen for me is feeling stronger for now than the first half, where there was a lot of hype around the first half. But I'm thinking about like Astrobot was great. Um, Saros is coming up, Wolverine's coming up. I think Intergalactic and how I feel about that will make a big difference. But I don't know, man. Sony can't seem to capture the same interest, you know? Like I see that too. Like they're struggling to capture the same type of interest that was generated during the PS4 era, where the interest when the PS4 era was like, my God, dude, people couldn't stop talking about it. It was the end of the PS4 era was strong. They had Blue Chew or something. Yeah, they were doing something over there. They were on like Trembolone or some shit. I don't know. My intuition tells me, it's just my intuition. I mean, it could be totally wrong. My intuition tells me that the best way for Sony to rejuvenate people's interest in not just like, oh, I want to buy a PS6 because, I want to play the next Call of Duty, but to like really, get people back on a similar wavelength that they were for the PS4 is I think they have to work harder to try to appeal to the core PlayStation gamer. I think that's something that Sony really lost sight of this gen. Not entirely, but enough to where they're feeling the effects of it, and we're feeling the effects of it. We're seeing the effects of it. Where it's exactly that. Where it's like, I feel like there's like the excitement just is kind of low, man. And I hate to say this. I fucking hate to say this because I think Saros is going to be great, but like I don't see that much hype for this game. I'm like, this is depressed. It shouldn't be like this. Why is it like this? And I don't know exactly why. It's hard to determine. But like to be clear, there is excitement for Saros. I encounter people talking about it. But like outside of the core people seemingly who played Returnal, and understand like, wow, Saros is going to be next level, a huge step up from Returnal, and maybe it'll catch on. I saw somebody earlier. They were like, don't worry about Saros. It's going to be majorly successful. It's gonna catch fire with word of mouth, and it absolutely could. Sometimes you just can't tell until a game's out. Because even as a PlayStation fan, Saros looks basically like a Returnal mod at best. Well, I feel like, unfortunately, the problem with Saros, and this is just me being brutally honest about the PS5 generation, where it's like, this doesn't affect me negatively because I'm very excited for Saros, and I think it looks fantastic. But I do think it suffers from that problem. And that problem is what so many games, almost all Sony first party, not all of them, but the majority of them this gen suffered from, which is it looks almost exactly the same as the last one. And that was not a problem that was there for the PS4. Even when Killzone Shadowfall came out, it looked very different from previous Killzone games. But then you get Horizon Zero Dawn, both from Guerrilla that gen. And this gen with Guerrilla, it's been Horizon Forbidden West, Lego Horizon, Horizon Call of the Mountain, and now Horizon Hunter's Gathering. And it's like, and Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. You look at even Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog with the PS4 generation left PlayStation players more satiated because it's like, well, they only put out 2 games. Well, technically 3 if you count it. I mean, they put it with The Last of Us Remastered. So let's say you didn't play it on PS3, you get The Last of Us Remastered for the first time. Then you get Uncharted 4. Then you close out with The Last of Us Part 2. That's a crazy run. Like, that's a great run for that studio. And I know it's like, again, and it's the epitome of it's not the quantity. And it's not even just the quality. It's look at how different Uncharted 4 is from The Last of Us Part 2. There's like some similarities, but tone wise, everything, very, very different. And Lost Legacy. And Lost Legacy. There you go. This is just where I can't blame people for holding Sony to a higher standard this gen, where they did expect more. And there should have been more. And we've covered numerous times over and over again why they're, and you say core PlayStation gamers is Fortnite and Call of Duty players. I don't know that I would say they're core. I mean, maybe. It depends on how you're viewing it. When I say core PlayStation players, I'm talking about like the fans, people who are the ones who were getting the most excited during the PS4 gen. And I think the excitement is contagious. Dude, I think a lot of people bought PS4s not because they were like hyped, like, oh my God, I can't wait to play Horizon or God of War. I think they saw how excited people were getting and were like, I got to fucking get this thing, dude. Even if I'm just going to play Call of Duty on it, I got to get this thing. It created a real FOMO, dude. That just is fading. And I want, like, that's the big thing that I wonder if Sony realizes, like, you're losing this, Sony. Like, you had this at its peak. And, like, in 2015, 2016 with the PS4, and it stayed peaked between there and, like, 2019 and 2020. And for the PS5 generation, they've been losing it. Which is like, don't you understand that I'm not saying, like, you want everything to sell based on FOMO, because that can be a pretty superficial way. But it's like, you get the most rabid fans excited. And I mean thoroughly, genuinely, authentically excited. Their energy is going to be contagious to a point where they're going to go out there and be like, get a fucking PlayStation, bro. And the person they're saying it to isn't even going to question why. They're going to be like, oh God, yeah, look at this shit. Look at it. Look at what's going on. I gotta get me a PlayStation. Like that's what happened with the PS4, dude. Now, granted, Xbox absolutely obliterating themselves and shitting everywhere, all over themselves. Granted, that made people even more excited to go support PlayStation. But Sony's lacking this, where it's like, listen, I'm just being a realist right now. I'm viewing things through the realist lens I can. I am fucking stoked for Wolverine. I am stoked for this game. Okay? So I want it to be understood that what I'm about to say is not a reflection of my personal excitement for the game. And I think it's going to do great. I think Wolverine's going to sell millions. But the reality of this situation is it is another Marvel game from Insomniac. That is the reality. It's not a new IP. It's not something that looks fresh and new. It's Wolverine. It looks great, but it's Wolverine. This is where I don't know how Sony's going to pull it off. And it's not easy. Like, I understand it's super risky. Like, are you saying they shouldn't fucking make Wolverine? I'm not saying that at all. I'm glad they did. But what I am saying is, like, how do you find a way to also get something new out of them? How can Insomniac have their Horizon Zero Dawn moment, their their Bloodborne moment, just whatever, just like something totally brand new that people are like, oh my God, that looks fucking insane. I think people look at Wolverine and are like, that looks awesome, bro, hype. But Wolverine. You know what to expect. You know what I mean? And that's fine. That has its place. And Sony should be doing that for the health of their studios and the health of their brand. But I think what we're identifying here is that, like, no matter how good Saros is, one thing I can say confidently is it's not going to have the same impact that Returnal had. Because when Returnal dropped, it was new. Like, that formula, that It's like the difference you see between Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West, where no matter how good Forbidden West is, no matter how good Ragnarok is, it's like it is the same formula, and that's okay. We expect sequels, we want sequels. I just think Sony's at this critical point where it's like you have reached almost the end stage here, where like you need to make sure that Intergalactic feels fucking fresh, dude. You need to make sure that you have some new IP reveals for the PS6. And in the years coming ahead, you need to have some new, fresh stuff to offer. And to be fair, even if that means you got to dip back in your back catalog, and it's like we're bringing back MotorStorm. Like, it's not technically new, but it's like, okay, that shit's so ancient at this point. Like, people would probably welcome that. Like, yes, let's see what fucking MotorStorm from Sony looks like in the year 2028. But yeah, it's like when we think of Sucker Punch, like Sucker Punch should absolutely do something brand new. They should. Not because a third Ghost game wouldn't be very good, but because it's like people are ready for that again. They're ready to be they're ready to be surprised is what they're ready for. To be honest, like if I had to identify like what is the single greatest factor that's missing from Sony PlayStation in the year 26, it's surprise. And I think that's what Sony fails to see as a company, is that it's like, dude, even when you look at the fucking state of plays, people go in, like, if you look at the last state of play that Sony did in February, I put out a post 2 days before, I think it was 2 days before, saying, here are the games I expect 100% to show up at the state of play. Every single one did. Not because I'm an insider, not because I had some kind of inside information. I mean, some of those I think there could have been a couple games that I listed that maybe we did here were going to show up, but it's because it's like, no, of course these are the games. I know the Sony formula to a degree at this point that there is no more surprise. And to be fair, the one thing that was surprising was the shadow drop of the God of War side scroller game. And well, to be fair, I don't want to. The God of War remake trilogy was a fucking surprise. That was a big surprise. I didn't guess that. Actually, I don't think I did. Or I think we were under the impression that it was just going to be one game, or like a remaster trilogy. But the point I'm trying to get at here is that people don't. Sony doesn't have that factor anymore. They don't have the surprise factor. And I'm not talking about a superficial where it's like, oh, isn't it exciting, guys? Like they're trying to force it. I mean, genuine, like, and that's what and you know what makes it even fucking worse though? And this is what saddens me, where it's like, maybe it isn't fully Sony's fault, is that this Faye game, I feel bad for Cory Barlog, and I kind of feel bad for even reporting on it, but it's kind of my job here. It's so obvious that they were trying so fucking hard to not have this Faye game leak. They wanted it to be a total surprise of like, oh my God, this is coming out of nowhere. And let it just speak for itself. No expectation. You had no idea this shit even existed. And granted, it still could be massive in like, oh my God, look at how good this looks. But it does make me a little bit sad that to me, the Faye game is kind of that. I know people are like, it's not a new IP. Why do we need another game in the God of War universe? I'm like, dude, if you think about it, and honestly, if you do read the information we're getting, this is not a fucking God of War game. Like, I don't know what to tell people. Like, this is not a God of War game based off of everything we're hearing. And it may as well be a new IP, And it just depresses me a little bit that like a game like that, I think, is supposed to serve as like this is the fucking surprise factor. And to me, that does seem like a pretty good surprise, assuming it looks as good as we imagine. Like, the first trailer they show is gonna be like, holy shit. But that's also what this is where I'm sorry. I feel, you know what? I got to just take it further. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm being overly negative, but I'm just trying to be real right now. It's like Intergalactic, dude. Like, that trailer was not exciting. It just wasn't. Like, I say this as somebody who's going into Intergalactic assuming it's going to be fucking rad. Like, the gameplay is going to be sick. And I'm going to have a great, and there's going to be set piece moments. But it's like that trailer was like kind of boring and lame. The energy was just so like, bleh. And the moment it looks like it might start to get good, the moment it's like, oh shit, she's got the fucking laser sword, she's going to go slice and dice, and they just cut it. And I'm like, come on, bro. And that's where I'm like, what is it with Sony these days that like they think that's exciting? Like that trailer there is exciting. The whole premise of Intergalactic is actually pretty exciting. The way they chose to present it is like, oh God. You could get away with that with The Last of Us Part 2. When you see Ellie sitting on the bed with a guitar, singing a song, and Ghost Joel, which I was like, is he a ghost? You could get away with something super like kind of. But even if you compare that trailer to Intergalactic, it's like, come on, bro. I'm not even a fan of The Last of Us Part 2. That trailer fucking destroys Intergalactic's first trailer. It fucking destroys it. Even the first Last of Us trailer destroys it. This is where it's like, are you guys losing your touch? I don't want to believe you are, but at least in terms of the way you're presenting this stuff, you're losing your touch, man. A little bit. But Sony's not the only one. To be fair, I'm not just trying to point the finger at Sony. This seems to be like an industry-wide thing where ever since E3 died, bro, it seems like everything's kind of, in terms of presentation, been deflating more and more and more over the years, where it's like the Metro 2039 reveal. Xbox first look. Like, what the fuck is that, bro? Like, just show it at your goddamn showcase. What are we doing? It looked great. It looked fucking great. But it's just, it lacks the fucking oomph. Everything lacks that these days. And that's where I feel kind of sad that E3 was mainly fake trailers, though. All right, let me read these super chats. I'm a little bit behind. Sorry, let me get off my soapbox here. Let me get off my soapbox. Now I'm just going and going. All right, hold on. Let me heart all these and see where I left off. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying here Sony probably sees them as core. They will have thousands of hours on PlayStation playing Fortnite or game as a service compared to a PlayStation IP fan playing 30 hours when I'm done. That's true. You're right. Yeah, that is true. The irony of that, though, right? Like, look at this guy. He loves our game, but only spent 30 hours. What a failure. Meanwhile, this guy over here, look at how many hours he spent on Fortnite. Look at how much money we made from him. Those 30% rips, baby. Yeah, you're probably right. God, man, what is happening? MVP Moss, you're saying, why do they need something new? Are these games not selling well? Nobody's expecting Nintendo to release new IP. No, it's Mario and Zelda. Sony can mimic. I mean, I guess to me it feels more like a need to scale. Because you're not wrong. It's like I said, I think Sony, they can't abandon these IP. Like, look, you know what I find interesting? Look at what Naughty Dog's doing with Uncharted. Now, I don't know what the return of Uncharted is going to look like, and I don't know how it's going to be received. But I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, by the time we get Uncharted 5, presumably that's what's being developed by Naughty Dog, it'll be like 12 years or something, you know, or 13 or longer. And I'm like, that works for me. I like the idea of like, we're resting this series, doing new things and different things, and then maybe a decade later we'll come back and return to another trilogy or something. I like that. To me, like kind of rotating in and out, you know? Make something new, you know, go for a sequel, a saga, rest it, do something new again, do the same thing. When you're done that, go back to your previous IP, continue it. You know, I like that kind of rotation. And I think that's doable. Not all studios want to do it that way, but there's also maybe a need to scale up where it's like, in order to start building new stuff while simultaneously supporting the stuff that's already working for you, you're just going to need more dev teams. That's a possibility as well. It's a good question, though. I mean, you're right. These games are selling, and that's the important part to understand. People are saying, I want this. The reality is the only way Guerrilla would not make more Horizon is if people stop buying Horizon. As much as I want something new from Guerrilla, am I going to buy Horizon 3 when it comes out? Yeah. But I feel like I am trying to convey the message to Guerrilla as best I can that, like, I want the final game in the Horizon trilogy, but I kind of want you guys to make something new after too. Like, I think it's time. Let's do another new IP. And Josh Z with a $5 chat, you're saying, I don't really understand why Sony's so allergic to gameplay changes. They really do have a problem with doing the exact same things mechanically. Well, and see, that's what I'm saying, Josh. Like, this is what, and I think some of the reason for that is because look at the way people are reacting to the idea of a Fae game, where the rumor is that the Fae game is going to lean more towards DMC like combat, way more frenetic, way more fast paced, way more arcadey. And like, people are just being, now granted, it's not everybody. There are people being positive, but just, it's like we've reached a point of people's brains being rotted where it's like, fuck all that. Why am I playing as this woman? And it's like, no. Like, this is the different, like, that is going to be different gameplay. It's going to feel completely different. It's going to be completely different mechanics. It's like, I'm not saying you shouldn't have reservations or skepticism about why they're doing a Fae game and why they're going in a God of War saga direction, like a universe. Fine. But just it's like, I hope that when we see the Fae game, if it looks the way I imagine in my mind, because I have like a vision of how this game is going to look. And I think it's going to look very different from God of War. And it's going to look awesome. I hope people aren't just like, this sucks. Because, like, if that's the case, then it's like, this is why. You're going to see people, you're like, if you see the top comments and the top response to the Fae game reveal being like, I fucking want Kratos. I want a Kratos game. Then it's like, and I do see some people complaining. They're like, I wanted a new IP. I wanted a new IP from Santa Monica. And I'm like, that's fair. That, to me, that's a fair criticism where it's like, okay, they're expanding the God of War universe. Therefore, it is technically still God of War. There's going to be a lot of things that are already familiar in terms of lore and maybe certain characters. I totally get that. But I'm like, this is, I don't know. To me, this is maybe the next best thing I could have hoped for, where knowing that Santa Monica is, and this is the kicker of it all, right? Santa Monica does not pump out new IP. They never have. That's the kicker of it all. Where I'm like, this is the next best thing. We're like, you want the studio that's only ever made God of War to just make something brand new out of nowhere. I get it. I would love to see that too. They don't do that. They've never done that. They've literally never done that. Have you lost respect for them? Do you dislike them because of that? No. Everybody's like, yeah, Santa Monica's fucking awesome. Well, guess what? All they've made is God of War. I mean, what? They made that one game, Connecticut or something. Who even counts that? Nobody does. Nobody counts that. They're a God of War studio. So I'm like, this is the maybe the perfect in-between for them. And I just wish people would, more than anything, like, I know I keep saying this. I sound like a broken fucking record. I'm sorry, but people need to, like, open their fucking minds a little bit. It's like, give it a chance, dude. Like, let them show you it. What if it looks fucking awesome and nothing like God of War, and it almost practically looks like a brand new IP? Why would that be bad? Because it's not Kratos. Like, okay. Like, then they, you know what? They should have just made God of War 5 or 6 or whatever and just said, fuck your new IP. And they are doing that too. They are making God of War. Anyway, sorry, Josh, you got me ranting. Chris Brown with a $5 chat. You're saying everyone online was begging for sequels from the PS4 era. We got them. Now people are complaining about it, saying Sony doesn't have new games. You know what it is too? Here's the catch-22 of this situation, Chris. It's because they're coming off of the PS2 and especially the PS3 era, Where during the PS3 era, you could beg for sequels, get those sequels, and then still also get new IP. Because game development pipelines during that era were way different. AAA game pipelines then are what like single A game pipelines look like now. Damn near indie pipelines. So this is where people really got to be more explicit about, are you sure you want this? Make sure you're making it very clear what you want, because if you want sequels, you're going to get them. It's going to take years to make those sequels. To the point where by the time you get those sequels, you're going to be begging for new IP. You're going to be years away from that new IP. So it does make me think, here's what I think a good idea would be, right? I think a good type of rotation for, like, let's say, I'm not sure what franchise I would use here, but you could just throw in really any franchise. Just imagine a Sony studio makes a new IP. I guess Intergalactic could fit. Intergalactic comes out and it's, received really well, does really well. People really like it, high ratings, really high quality game. And it ends, there's kind of a cliffhanger ending, or it sequel baits. But it's like, okay, so like, when could we expect Intergalactic 2? It's like 5 to 6 to maybe 7 years. Okay. Maybe what would be better is to do your, you spent 7 years on Intergalactic, you launch it, does well, have almost like an Uncharted Lost Legacy, Spider-Man Miles Morales, more self-contained spinoff of some kind, just some kind of major. It's not even an expansion. It's like another game, but it's a smaller game. Maybe it will be a spinoff of some kind. $50, 2.5 to 3 years later. And then by that point in time, and here's the thing, I don't even think you should do Intergalactic 2 right away. I don't. Because by that time, you get, you're looking at 5 to 6 years later after Intergalactic launched. People are going to be begging for something new. Again, Uncharted. See, it doesn't make sense because it's like release Uncharted 5. Have a smaller Uncharted game ready to go within 2 years or so, of the launch of Uncharted 5. And then the next game, Intergalactic 2. And then after Intergalactic 2, you repeat that cycle, except now it's another new IP. I feel like if I was running a studio, that's kind of how I would try to do my pipeline at this point. Because I would know that, like, dude, by the time we get to the sequel, like, for example, by the time we get to Horizon 3, people are going to be throwing up. You'd be like, oh my God. Like, but that's the thing is, like, it's just the nature of, we decided that the in-between game we were going to make was a fucking live service. And even if we didn't do that, this game was always going to take 5 to 6 years to make anyway. So I think there has to be a different philosophical approach to the AAA game development pipeline inside of PlayStation, because they can't realistically, if they keep going in this direction, I think it's obvious they're starting to find that, like, people are screaming for new shit. But Sony's confused because they're like, we don't get it. You were screaming for sequels when we started making these games. Yeah, but you didn't tell us. And granted, maybe you didn't know that the sequel's like 6 years away, dude. Maybe longer if we have development problems. I don't know. We have Cheese and Chainsaws with a 10-pound super chat. He says Sony should take longer between series entries. Too much Spider-Man, The Last of Us, Horizon, and God of War over the past 10 years. The Witcher 3 is over 60 million sales. Witcher 4 will reach that over time, not by burning the franchise. Yeah, so I think we're on the same page there, Cheese. I think it really is a situation where there has to be and maybe they know this now going into the PS6 gen, where now they know. I think Sony was caught off guard. They weren't expecting, like, they didn't realize that sequels to their games, like, you look at like Spider-Man 2, it took what, 5 years But the in between, no, okay, to be fair, Insomniac are kind of the goats because they did pump out something new. I don't count Insomniac in this because, the argument is too much Spider-Man. I can agree with that. Maybe too much Marvel in general. It's hard. That's different, though, because that's all licensed agreements. And I still think Horizon might be the better example. Or, you could also maybe even look at Naughty Dog and how they, what was happening with The Last of Us, where it's like, we're remaking The Last of Us. And we're doing The Last of Us Part 2 remastered. And we're going to remaster Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy. And it's like, God, that sucks. You suck. It's like, I played some of these games, but even I can say, like, that sucks, dude. Like, that's it. That's what you're giving us for the first 5 fucking years. No, first 6 years of this gen. I say first 6 years. Like, there's going to be another 6 years left. That sucks. It's like you should have had something new, even if it's like a smaller. Again, it's water under the bridge because we already know. I know it's popping in your mind. It's because they were doing The Last of Us Online. I know. Maybe this is where they can have a much better managed pipeline of when it comes to their game development studios going into the PS6, where now they're not going to have to worry about fucking having a studio waste 5 fucking years on a live service game just for it to not release. It's like, oh, you waited 3 years. We have a smaller title for you. $40 fucking Last of Us prequel starring Joel's brother, or something. People would fucking love that. Like, people would be like, this is fucking awesome. They would be so hyped. Even though it's more Last of Us, they'd be hyped for that because it's like, finally, something different. That's not a remake or a remaster from Naughty Dog. Oh, man. I don't know. It's so much fuckery occurred with. Gavin Hillick uses his milestone chat, a member for 35 months. He says, I saw several people complain that Yote is bad because it's so different from Tsushima, and also because they changed nothing in the same sentence. Dude, Yote is like the perfect storm of like, take out the thing that most people would want to stay, keep the things that a lot of people maybe would want to see change. Not entirely. I mean, that can vacillate quite a bit, but people were like, I wanted Jin. You're not getting Jin. Damn you. Like, I wanted to see his story continue. And it's like, okay, well, I want brand new, completely overhauled gameplay. You're not getting that either. You're getting new weapons, but the gameplay is basically the same. And it's still good gameplay. But that's where it's like, you can almost begin to see how maybe people would feel differently if they were like, yeah, we're continuing Jin's story. There'd be a lot less complaints. Although I thought Yote was really good. I've had my complaints about Yote's story. But yeah, I don't know, man. I just think that I think these studios, and it's not even the studios, but Sony probably realizes, just as we realize, because even look at some of the super chats we're getting and the way people are bringing out these things where it's like, people are fickle, man. What somebody wanted yesterday, they might fucking have zero interest in 3 years from now. It's like, and those are the timelines we're talking about here. It's not like somebody just decides overnight, like, I don't like Horizon anymore. What happens is just time goes by, other games come out from other publishers, because there's always games coming out, right? And they start to maybe, people change. It's kind of like your taste, it changes. It's like, yeah, Horizon was fucking awesome, and I guess, yeah, a sequel would be awesome too. But by the time you get to a third game, like after, I mean, goddamn, if Horizon 3 were to come out in like 2033, like, what? I mean, you're getting close to like 20 fucking years. I mean, I know it's a bit of an exaggeration there, but it's like a decade and a half, man. It's like, dude, people are ready for something new. They're more than ready for something new. But that's the irony, right? Is it's like, well, what about how come Santa Monica can get away with just being the God of War studio? And it's like, well, because they never really set the expectation. You know what I mean? Like, when did Santa Monica put out a brand new IP that made people go, oh my God? That's the thing. If they did, if Santa Monica put out a new IP instead of this Fae game, there's now an expectation going forward. Like, you guys will continue to create new IP eventually. But because they never did that and they always made it clear, like, we're just God of War. It would be like right now if Naughty Dog was just the Uncharted studio and like they made that clear, like, we only make Uncharted. We started with Uncharted 1 in 2006, and ever since then, we've only released Uncharted. That's all we're ever going to release. Different things regarding Uncharted, but that's what it is. We're the Uncharted studio. They could have done that. And there is an argument to be made that perhaps that is what Guerrilla's doing with Horizon. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Spider-Man 1 and 2, Miles Morales since 2018. The Last of Us 1 Remaster Remake Part 2, Horizon 1 and 2 MMO. Spider-Man 1 would still be selling if they didn't dip back in right away. Then slow burn hype for Part 2. I mean, yeah, there's this notion of like, what if Sony did give Insomniac? So let's assume. All right, so let's just say Wolverine. Wolverine's coming out this year. Venom's probably close to being done. What if they said to Insomniac, "We're going to give you 8 years to make Spider-Man 3 and a crazy fucking budget, but in return, this game's got to be fucking next level." There's something tantalizing about that. That's risky. But it's like, okay, so you did Spider-Man 1, Miles Morales, and 2, and now you got Wolverine and Venom. That's a lot. Putting Wolverine aside, that's a lot of Spider-Verse shit going on there, dude. Since 2018, right? One of the problems is when people go to play Spider-Man 2, they're like, it's kind of the same city. Well, it is the same city. There's like a new area to the city, but it's still the same city. So much of it feels the same. It feels the same. It feels so much the same that it's like, even visually speaking, it's like there is a difference. It looks better, but how much better? This is where I'm saying, like, okay, you guys are going to have 8 years to just do something totally crazy with Spider-Man 3. Where it's gotta be something that when you reveal it, it fucking shocks people. It's a lot of pressure. But that to me is like, I guess Spider-Man 3 is the worst example to use though, because it's a licensed game. There's no fucking way Marvel and Sony are gonna be like, take 8 years to make a licensed game. No chance. But you know what? I got it. Sucker Punch, we're giving you 8 to 9 years, bro, to make a new Infamous. Could you imagine what Sucker Punch could achieve with that much time? To like, this is your magnum opus. In an Infamous game? Oh man, I mean, that would be, I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong about that, and I would end up closing the studio accidentally. Oops. Like they didn't deliver the way I thought they would. But it's just, there's a part of me that thinks, like, at this point in time, give them the time. That's the thing, man, is like, if you look at, like you mentioned, like The Witcher, you mentioned GTA, this is how these studios operate, where it's like they have a ridiculous amount of time, they have a fucking ridiculous budget, but they back that shit up. And I think there are studios underneath Sony that could do the same thing. Sony doesn't seem willing to do that, and I think that is because of the need for them to sell hardware, and that's kind of where things get interfered with here, where it's like, okay, but we kind of need Sucker Punch. We need a game from them to help kind of sell our console. You know what I mean? And that's where Sony's in an awkward position where what I think would be a cool thing for Sony to do is to try to create a studio. You know how like Microsoft tried to create the Initiative? Sony should do something similar, but actually do it right. Where it's like we're building a new studio and we're trying to just like bring together all this talent. We're going to grow the studio, slow growing. But this studio is different from all of our others in that they are treated like you guys are going to take a fucking decade to make a game and you're going to do something groundbreaking. That's your task. If not groundbreaking, something like we want you to look at games like GTA and The Witcher 4 and these and Cyberpunk. And we want you to make a game like that. We'll give you the time, we'll give you the resources, we'll give you the money, and we'll try to we'll try to bring together that talent. And it's like, oh, so that means every Sony studio is going to get 10 years out. No, this studio gets that. But that would be fucking cool. I think that would be cool. But Sony they don't seem to have any interest in doing that. Once in Infamous, the last one was mid. Guys, we spent 10 years making Infamous Second Son 2. Delson's back. Dude, that would be incredible. Imagine that. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe I'm totally misguided in my belief here with this. Insomniac could have made something new in between. And that's kind of the tough part, though, right? Because, like, they did make something new in between, but they went with Ratchet and Clank, which is good. I respect the hell out of them for that, where it's like, that's why I give Insomniac a lot of credit, where it's like, damn, they still somehow squeezed out a Ratchet and Clank game. They still figured out how to get a Ratchet and Clank game out, even in the midst of developing Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and Spider-Man 2. That's pretty... That's why I try not to, like, harp on Insomniac too much, because it's like, yeah, maybe the Marvel thing is a bit much, but they've proven they know how they can keep up, man. They can. It does make you wonder what they would be pumping out if they weren't making Marvel games. You're saying Naughty Dog is doing that? I mean, yeah, but not intentionally. This is why Naughty Dog is crunching, because it's like there's this pressure of like intergalactic. I don't know. Like, I wonder, like, what would intergalactic turn out like if Sony just said, you know what, Naughty Dog, fuck it, this generation's cooked anyway with you guys. We'll give it till 2030. We're giving you you have till 2030 to get this game good to go. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that wouldn't work out the way I think it would, because it's like that they would have to fundamentally change the scope of the game. But and to be fair, it's not like time alone doesn't necessarily guarantee a banger game. We've seen games that have taken many, many, many years to make, and they fall flat. Starfield. All right, hold on. I got to read this super chat, but I am struggling because my YouTube studio is like glitching. Hold on. Why is it not work? I have to refresh it. Hold on, guys. It's chugging along. And now it's just not loading. You know what? Hold on. Let me just get out of here. I'm just going to quit out of everything. Everything's freezing up on me. All right. I think we're good now. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, I just mean like leave Santa Monica or Spider-Man, The Last of Us, or whatever on the back burner. CD Projekt Red made Cyberpunk 2077 after The Witcher. It's at 35 million sales, 10 million for the expansion. Now back to Witcher 4. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing that I question too, though, like when we talk about PlayStation Studios in this way, is how, like, I think when we talk about, or at least when I talk about it, I talk about it as if the studio doesn't get to make any decisions themselves. And I start to think like a lot of these studios, Like, for example, I think Insomniac, like, they're like, no, we want to keep pumping out Marvel games. Like, I don't know if that's true or not. There's no way for us to prove that, but it's like, think of it like this. It's like if you become a YouTuber, right? And you're making YouTube, you find something that does pretty well for you, pretty good niche. You build a bit of a YouTube channel, and that's what you're known for. So you kind of just continue doing that. And then one day you cover something else randomly, and it explodes. It does like 10 times more than even your best performing video on on what you were putting out, right? A person's natural inclination is going to be, I'm going to do that again. I'm going to do that again. Why are you going to do that again? Because it succeeded. It found a level of success that I have not experienced prior. And if you do it again and it still finds a very similar level of success, you're going to make another video and another video. And you see it all around you, where it's just like, I think we underestimate it's like, even when you look at GTA Online, right? Like, GTA Online is an example of like, Rockstar and Take-Two found incredible success with the Grand Theft Auto series. They never experienced anything like what they experienced with the success of GTA Online. And that was so successful for them that they were like, we're going to do this again. Literally this exact same thing. We're going to do it even better. They tried to do it with Red Dead, which is funny. They tried to repeat that with Red Dead, but they realized Red Dead Online was not going to catch on the same way. And it's just the basic, I guess you could say, intoxication that comes with success, where when you ask Insomniac, why do you guys, like, you ask Insomniac, why are you gay? Why do you guys want to keep making Marvel games? And it's like, dude, these games are making us so much money and selling so much better. Like, our studio has never been more successful. We are fucking thriving. And it's like, yeah, but don't you guys want to make something new? And it's like, sure, yeah, but the feeling of success is just too good. It feels too good. We want to keep feeling this. Because what's the alternative? You do something different, it's not as successful. They're going to feel bad about it. They're going to feel worse. We're going to be like, damn, we should have just did the thing that was going to work. And that's the nature of the beast, I suppose, where it's like, we are dealing with human beings that are running a business ultimately, and they want it to be successful, and to be successful. It's like, why do you think Bungie fell apart the way they did, dude? Like, Bungie fell apart because they're the epitome of, like, they took that notion of, like, if it works, keep doing it. And they did that for as long as they could with Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. But then when it finally reached that point where it's like, this isn't working the same way it was anymore, man. They didn't know how to handle their descent. They didn't know what to do. And the only idea they fucking had was Marathon? Let's go back to that. And look at how that turned out, where it's like, be careful. I guess it's a kind of like, you can kind of see how these people learn these lessons in real time. It's like, be careful just how intoxicated you get. Just be careful how far you and fast you choose to run with the thing that you did that was successful. Because the moment you slip up, man, you're gonna, when you finally slow down and stop and you look around, you're not gonna know where the fuck you are. Nothing's gonna be recognizable anymore. And all you're gonna see is a downward slope, and it's not gonna feel good. Cheese, you're saying yes, but they actually made Red Dead instead of jumping right back into GTA. Most studios would be like this, making another right away. That's a good point. That is a good point. Yeah. I mean, that's where you kind of could make the argument that with Naughty Dog, what makes Intergalactic such a kind of, it feels like so random in a sense, in a good way. Oh no, I think Marathon's a well-made game, to be fair. I just think it I was saying earlier, Mr. B, that I don't think it's like it's not their Destiny 2 or 3, I mean. Like it's not going to save Bungie from running into some trouble, clearly, I think. Um but I do think about how like Naughty Dog could have decided to be that way where they're like we're going to be the Uncharted and Last of Us team where every 6 to 7 years, you're going to get a new entry in either the Last of Us series or the Uncharted series. And then in between that, maybe they could have made The Last of Us Online and that would coexist alongside the last release of The Last of Us. And then they would make a new Uncharted. Maybe they make an Uncharted I don't know. It's not a one-to-one comparison there, but that is true. You know, they could have just immediately went to GTA 6. They didn't. They went to Red Dead 2. And what's interesting is to think that there will be a Red Dead 3 from Rockstar, but they'll go into Red Dead 3 probably knowing that we're not going to be able to make Red Dead Online 2 a success because we couldn't make Red Dead Online 1 a success. I wonder how much that influences their pipeline, their level of investment in something like Red Dead 3. Do you get what I'm saying? Where I think all the investment they're making in the development of GTA 6, and maybe it's hard. Maybe this is what makes it so hard to compare some of these studios where it's like they can make GTA 6 a 3 to 4 to 5 to $6 billion game, which is absurd because they're going to make that money back almost instantly just through GTA Online alone. You know, they know GTA Online is going to be their cash cow for God knows how long. If they make it a platform successfully for decades, potentially. I feel like that's kind of the interesting notion. It tethers all the way back to what we originally talked about, where it's like Sony, their studios don't really have that. You know, even their most successful studios like Naughty Dog, like they don't have, Naughty Dog doesn't have a constant revenue stream. They just don't have it. And the worst thing a studio can experience is kind of like what Blue Point recently experienced, Sony Bend, where it's like, you guys, you're on year 4 now with no revenue. And you're a very, very, very expensive studio to keep running. You know, like on a quarterly basis. We're paying salaries here to hundreds of employees. That's, I don't know, man. This is where I think the best we could hope for, like, I like what Naughty Dog has said. Like, Naughty Dog says, we want to be an IP powerhouse. In other words, we want to keep making IP and, you know, investing in the IP that people like from us. That's great. If they can figure out their development pipelines and shorten them a little bit, I think Naughty Dog could make a huge comeback and be like, holy shit, like you guys are truly the crown jewel. You like they could be Insomniac levels in terms of output. But they can't get tripped up again. They can't do it. And they got to find a way to avoid the insane fucking crunch that apparently their studio they can't seem to avoid. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying GTA Online took 10 years to reach $5 billion, 2014 to 2024 leak. Are you sure? That sounds wrong. No way. Hold on. According to leaked financial data reported in April, so I guess that was the recent leak, GTA Online has generated approximately $5 billion in shark card sales alone since its launch in October 2013. Is that good? Like I can't tell if that's good or not. Like to me, that feels a lot lower than I would have expected. I mean, to me, $5 billion is a fuck ton of money. I'm just saying, like, in the bigger picture of how much money. Huh. So I guess that does mean that the vast majority of the money, maybe I'm wrong about this, but that wouldn't that mean that the vast majority of the money made from GTA is from game sales, from people actually buying the game itself, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's a little surprising to me. Let me hold on. See if I can go back to my studio here. Okay. All right. I'm back. Sorry. Back to my studio. I think it's working now. It's still kind of slow though. Shit. PlayStation's exclusives, 40% of the revenue is live service. There's a reason half the output is live service. It's here to stay. I mean, I understand that, but I think that like that's good enough though, right? Gran Turismo, Helldivers, MLB The Show, and cheese. You're saying literally from the hackers leak, Fortnite reached 5 billion 6 times. Oh yeah, right. You told me about that the other day. Fortnite reached that 6 times in the same time period. You always seem to overhype GTA Online. I guess so. Yeah. Hmm. That's weird to me. I don't know. I guess in my mind, GTA Online has been way more successful than it actually was. Well, I guess it kind of does. It makes me ask the question like, could GTA Online 2 achieve? Well, I guess it wouldn't be possible for it to achieve what Fortnite has. I don't see GTA Online 2 making 5 billion like yearly or annually. But I guess if you give GTA Online 2 the same amount of time, maybe it could double the amount of revenue that GTA Online 1 has made. Because I don't know, yeah, 5 billion to me, that's like way less than I would have expected. God, it makes you realize like just how much money PlayStation makes, dude, in revenue. Like this is why we talked about Sony PlayStation being like a revenue giant, man. Like I think PlayStation made like $136 billion in the first 5 years of this generation. I don't know what the profit margins are on that, but that's a fucking insane amount of money, dude. Did you talk about the player base split and the revenue split for Rockstar / GTA from the recent hacked leaks? We talked about it a little bit, and my takeaway from that, dude, is you're looking at a split, like a ratio of, I think, 5-2 and 5-1, where PlayStation between PS5 and PS4 has 5 times more players than PC, but 3 times or 2.5 times, I suppose, from like Xbox. And it's like when you look at GTA 6 and they say like captured on PS5, and it does seem clear that there's some, if not like an explicit marketing partnership, there's just PlayStation is the lead platform for GTA. I mean, this is why, man. Regardless of how people feel about it, like I know that there are people like, oh, they're just the pay pigs and the losers just buying up the shark cards. But regardless, it's like, dude, I'm just simply saying like they're going where the money is, and the money is like they're making a lot of money on Xbox, they're making a lot of money on PC. It's just that the singular platform that would be PlayStation is they're making the majority of their money there. Um, so you can, I wouldn't be surprised because of that if when we see GTA Online 2 announced, they're going to be like, yeah, we have like a partnership with Sony. They're going to have like They did this with Red Dead 2, where it's like, some GTA Online 2 exclusive things, nothing major, but just like small little items, shit that might matter to hardcore GTA Online players. I could see them doing something like that. But yeah, man, it was crazy. That split was larger than I expected. Certainly. Like I knew people were playing GTA on PlayStation. I didn't know it was that much more, especially on PS4. That was crazy to me. I don't know why. I didn't think that many people were still left playing GTA Online on PS4. And Cheese and Chainsaws, thank you for all the super chats, man. I really appreciate it. You're saying this one will make more because it's being set up as a platform. GTA Online is 12 years of R&D. Fortnite, unfortunately, will be an influence to them also. Yeah, I think you're right about that. What you just said about 12 years of R&D, it's crazy. That's why I'm so curious to see what GTA Online 2 looks like, because when they first put GTA Online out, they had no fucking idea what they were doing. Um, they just like, we'll see what happens, and they basically built the plane while it was in the air, and so because of that, there was a lot of things that took way longer than it should have, a lot of mistakes, a lot of things have changed since then. Um, Being able to spend 12 years kind of like analyzing not only all the behaviors of the players of GTA Online across all platforms, but the evolution of the live service sector to a point where, yeah, now we're looking at platforms, with games like Roblox. I'm so curious, man. We've been talking about that a lot. Don't know when we're getting that trailer 3 though. Don't know when that's happening. Don't know when we're going to see. I mean, we don't even know when GTA Online 2 is going to launch. It could launch, I mean, a month later. It could launch 6 months later. More players on PlayStation. That's how it works. MBG. Obviously, it'd be PlayStation, like when GTA 5 was shown at the Xbox at Xbox during 360. Yeah, I mean, to me, the more surprising one was the PC side. I don't know what's going on there. Um, Maybe it's just the fact that, I don't know. Like I said, a lot of people who are playing GTA on PC, they're playing. Well, like I saw that today, the fifth most played game today on Steam was, it just said 5M. That's like that's GTA Online, right? But is that, now that they own 5M, is that like officially, like the players that are playing that attribute officially to that count? PS4 user stats were surprising. Most of those PS4 players will probably upgrade to PS5. I was thinking that too. Yeah, I was thinking if you have like 1.8 million people playing GTA Online on PS4 right now, and that's the only game they're playing, the moment GTA Online 2 comes out and it's exclusive to PS5, I think that's when they're going to be like, it's time to retire the DualShock 4. Some people might not be able to afford it, but I do still think GTA 6 is one of those games that it is going to move people over. It's interesting. Colin Moriarty put out an interesting tweet in regards to this, and I'm curious what you guys think of this. Let me see if I can find it. Wait, what? Hold on. Lee Jun Lee, cast as Miriam in The Last of Us Season 3. Oh, okay. All right. Colin said, in preparing for Sacred Symbols, I'm catching up on the news that 2/3 of GTA Online's user base is on PlayStation. Somehow, more people on PS4 than Xbox Series even. Insane. Grand Theft Auto 4 is likely to sell so many PlayStation 5s it's going to make our collective head spin. Like, I just think his take on this is interesting because it's like, he's of the belief that GTA 6 is going to make PlayStation 5s fly. Top comment is from a guy who says, insane that a console that sold 117 plus million consoles has more players than a console with 35 million. Simple math. Cheese and Chainsaws, is that you? Did you leave that comment? Let me see. So the PS4 dudes, didn't buy one at $3.99, you expect them to buy it at $5.99. See, that's what's interesting to me. That's what's interesting to me is if because that's true. The dudes playing GTA 5 online, GTA Online right now on the PS4, they were unwilling to buy a PS5 when it was $400. And now if they want to play GTA Online 2, it's like you're going to have to pay $600 minimum. They drive a hard bargain. Unless you have genuine stakes in the company, I don't understand why PlayStation dudes get bricked up over console sales when game output has been less than the PS4. Damn. Somebody says GTA is a PlayStation franchise. This person says it's this kind of crap that makes me actively have zero interest in jumping into the PlayStation ecosystem. Some people really hate Xbox. What? Colin's getting kind of cooked. Crazy how Xbox players spend way more per capita. Did you see those stats too? Dude, oh my God. Okay. It's getting kind of cooked. More than I expected. Damn. Well, my little nieces, who are in 2nd and 4th grade, both play Roblox and the iPad MG. Roblox is big with small kids. You don't say. Maybe my kids play Roblox too. Maybe I know. Maybe I know a lot more about Roblox than y'all fucking think. Maybe I know why Sony's cooked. Maybe I know why it's such a big deal. Maybe I know why in the last fucking year, the biggest announcement was the other day, a native Roblox app for PS5. Y'all think I know? I'm just kidding. I know. I play Roblox. There. You happy? I admit it. I play Roblox. My favorite game is fuck. Do they still have that Roblox game? Do you remember they made like a Call of Duty like game in Roblox? Oh shit. I got to ask a question about Roblox. I got to ask a question. Maybe somebody knows the answer to this because I can't figure it out. I have this question where like when I come across some of the shit I see like spontaneously when like Roblox shit pops up, so these are user made games, right? I mean, I don't, dude, that's where my question's going, Cheese and Chainsaws, where it's like, if you boot up, as far as I'm aware, if you boot up Roblox, like you're just presented with like, it'll show you like the top made user content and then you can just like search anything. And it's a fucking platform, dude. Like there's creators that make millions of dollars with the games they made in Roblox that little kids are playing. I'm assuming mostly little kids, and spending God knows how much of their parents' money on it. Or maybe there are adults playing too. I don't know how far the games go. But like some of these games, there's this Roblox game. Think of this. I don't know the name of it. There's this Roblox game where it is taking the concept of Dead by Daylight, where it's 1v4, one person plays as a killer, 4 survivors, and there's even like generators and shit. One of the killers is, what's the name? I don't even know the name. God, man. It's a character from Five Nights at Freddy's. Freddy Fazbear, I think. Is that what his name is? I think that's who it is. Using Kratos's axe and wearing Kratos's like Norse armor. And there's like a theme song that plays that it's supposed to be God of War. and it sounds just like it, but slightly different. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, to an extent, and when I let me make it clear what I mean when I say that. Like, how is this, as far as I'm aware, exists right now on PlayStation? Like you could right now download Roblox and play this game. And I'm like, okay, this is a fan-made game. People are spending real money on this game. This person who made this game, I'm assuming, is getting rich off this, and Roblox is making a lot of money off of it. Does Sony know this? Does the creators of Five Nights at Freddy's know this? How is this legal? What's going on here? Like, none of this seems legal. But yet it just is. It exists. And I'm like, do they just not know? Like, does Sony just not know? Like, they're using your IP, bro. Like, users in Roblox are creating games leveraging your IP, and you're getting nothing for it. Well, I guess technically they are, but like, for example, if somebody's playing it on an iPad, Sony gets nothing. It's really weird, man. I'm trying to figure out how that's allowed. Because you would think Roblox would be getting the shit suit out of it right now. Because it's not just that. Like, it's all different IPs. There's stuff like that in Fortnite too. Yeah, well, it's the user-generated content. Like, I'm just wondering, like, are they slow to wake up to the realization that, yes, user-generated content means IP theft all over the place, running rampant. There's a COD level shooter on it, and a lot of streamers play Roblox Squid Games for fun against each other. Yeah, like, there's a COD level shooter on it. I love it. I remember seeing that. If they ain't using their code, let me hold on. Let me type this in. How does Roblox get away with copyright infringement? Roblox largely avoids copyright liability by operating as a platform for user-generated content, leveraging the DMCA safe harbor protections. As an intermediary, Roblox removes infringing content upon receiving valid takedown requests from IP holders rather than proactively policing all content. Roblox uses a 3-strike rule. This is crazy. A 3-strike rule to ban repeat offenders. So I am correct. Oh, man. Okay. Holy shit. So, well, maybe I'm not correct. It's not that they don't. This is almost seen as the equivalent. If I'm under, yeah, basically like YouTube. It's the equivalent of like when I make a YouTube video and I put footage of God of War in the background. They're like, we're just viewing that as free advertisement. You know, we didn't officially license this to you, nor are we associated with you. And it's not worth going after you. But what's weird to me about that, though, I guess it's almost like merch, too. Like, I could, if I wanted to, I could sell God of War merch on my YouTube channel. I could ask, like, somebody to make designs for me, and I could go sell it. And it's like, I don't have the license to do that. I'm just selling merch with a IP that I don't own or am associated with. Sony would never, I don't want to say never, but the chances of Sony going after me are so low because it's like, dude, it's like, how much money are you making? Oh, you're making a couple bucks? We don't give a shit. That's chump change. Like, we're not worried. If I suddenly became like mega famous and I had 30 million subscribers and I was selling shirts on my YouTube channel with Kratos' face, Sony will, and I'm selling millions of shirts. Sony's gonna be like, we either want to cut of that or cease and desist, And I guess it's kind of the same way. So, like, I imagine if you made a game on Roblox that became like the #1 played game and you started using, one of your main character designs was basically like Astrobot. There's a decent chance Sony would be like, no. This is getting. What's so hairy about this though is, what's different about this being. It's not merch we're talking about. It's not YouTube videos we're talking about. This is a game. This is a game that's taking users away potentially from playing games on PlayStation, leveraging IP that's wow. Yeah, it's interesting times. And Cheese, you're saying only take it down if the trademark holder asks them to. Well, I do wonder if I don't know. I gotta look into this, man. I'm gonna have to go play some Roblox unwillingly. Um, I'm gonna have to do some recon, see what's going on over there. Interesting stuff, man. All right. Oh wow, okay. I have completely lost track of time, bro. Okay, so today I kind of pushed the limit a little bit today. I've been streaming since 9:30 basically. Took a very short break. Took like a 30-minute break. So how long would that be? It says here for just this stream alone, 4 hours and 11 minutes. God damn. All right, well, we'll do a last call here because I'm gonna wrap this up in just a few minutes. Thank you guys for all the support today. We hit 53 members. We hit that earlier. We did do a Morning with the Misses episode today. It's members only. If you are a member, feel free to go check that out. Consider becoming a member to check that out. But yeah, if you want to drop any more support, any more memberships, super chats, direct donations, now's the time to do it because we're going to be wrapping this up here. Holy shit, I did not realize how long I was streaming today, dude. I had no idea. Like, I did not realize I was over 4 hours. I thought I was at like a 3-hour mark or something, or 3.5 hours. That's good though. It's good. Good conversations. I am going to have to change the title of my stream though. All right, so we talked about the Depressing Fairgames report. What else did we talk about extensively? We talked about I could just do next gen. Guys, help me come up with a new title. I don't want to put PS6 in the title. I feel like I've been putting PS6 in the title too much. You do next gen. I want to say like just next gen discussion, but is that too vague? Whatever. I'll just do next gen discussion. And I feel like we talked a lot about PlayStation Studios. We could do PS Studios strategy. PS Studios. You think I would be better at this? My brain is cooked. Fair games is apparently not fun. Yeah, I was ranting a lot earlier because, like, to me, that's like a death sentence, dude. That's the worst death sentence that a game can receive. Like, what's the problem with your game? It's not fun. That's a pretty. Is there any problem bigger than that? PS Studios game plan. Maybe, how about this? PlayStation Studios new strategy. I feel like that's good. All right, I am also going to have to change the thumbnail, though. I just realized. All right, let me do that. I'll just do it live as we wrap up here. I'm gonna put Herman Holst in the thumbnail now. Herman. I bitched about him so much this stream. I got to put Herman in the thumbnail. Here we go. Great picture of Herman. And there we go. I'm going to update this now. And done. All right. All right, guys. I'm going to wrap up today. Um, I obviously didn't talk about some of the topics that I originally had planned to, but as is often the case with Press X podcasts, we just end up flowing in different directions, which is fine. I think it's good because I enjoyed the discussions we had today. I thought we had some good ones. But before I head out, I want to extend a big thank you to everybody who tuned in. The only other thing I want to ask you to do as you're leaving the stream is make sure you tap that like button as you're heading out.
When More Law Dead stated that PS4 5 games will be on PS6, I was happy on my theory.
Oh, yeah. I did. I covered that in the video that I put out today. I feel like, he was treating it like a leak, but I kind of felt like, man, did anybody really expect the PS6 not to be backwards compatible with the PS5 and PS4? But it is good to know. You were mentioning the updated SDK perfect image, and it's going to be interesting to learn more about that, especially where the handheld sits there. I'd say even more so where the PS5 sits there in that SDK. But thank you, Perfect Image, for the direct donation. I guess that'll be the final one of the day. And yes, thank you to everybody who showed support today. Earlier, if you dropped membership gifts, thank you so much for that. If you are a channel member, for those of you who dropped super chats, Cheese and Chainsaws, thank you, bro. You dropped a lot of super chats today. I appreciate that. Kept the conversation going in some interesting directions. And to everybody else who dropped chats or direct donations as I smashed my microphone, thank you so much. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. Very grateful for it. So you're awesome. And thank you, Ray, as well. If you want to join the MBG Discord, we get more people kind of joining there randomly throughout the week. You don't have to be a member. The Discord is open to everybody. Ray just dropped the link in the chat. There's also an updated link, should be an updated link in the description of my videos and my streams. So feel free to join us over there. And Morning with the Misses did that earlier. Go check that out if you're a member. Videos out there. I'm probably going to take tomorrow off. It's Saturday. It's not only things are seemingly slowing down, which is interesting. Not what I expected going into the second half of April, but we'll see what this upcoming week brings. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I kind of suspect that there's going to be some things. It's starting to feel like the calm before the storm. I know that sounds kind of weird, but like I noticed this week, things like fell off a cliff. Like not even like everything just got like quiet. Outside of the Metro reveal, things are just like they're strangely quiet, and I'm like, okay, something about to go down. I don't know what it could be. Could be anything, but I've been doing this for a long time, and I know I kind of have a feel for the energy and the cycle and the way it works. And right now, it very much feels like there's something looming, something very, very large, and we'll see. That's just what my gut's telling me. This time next week, Intergalactic canceled. Naughty Dog getting shut down. Well, oops. I just probably willed that into existence. I'm sorry. We just had a timeline slip. All right, guys, hit the like button on your way out. Also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for the streams. If you see him in the comments with those timestamps, show him some love, give him some thanks. I know he appreciates it. And that's it. All right, I'll catch you guys here on Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your day. Until then, take care, everyone.